Hey, what?
No, it's just the countdown. I was singing the final countdown.
Do you want to sing an intro for us, Sam?
No, you're okay. I'm on the wrong video. I'm on one of your old videos.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Pete Playtendoguy. And as always, I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hello, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
And tonight we're joined by the supremely talented Terence Miguana.
Hello.
Thanks for joining the stream, Terence. Been wanting to get you on for a long while. Your channel's fantastic. You've got great movie knowledge, and you're a very talented singer.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Pete. The check is in the mail.
I'll look forward to it. Thanks. Right. Anyway, as always, I always ask one question on these streams, and it is, what are some of the films you've watched over the past week? Andy, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So today and yesterday, I've been on a bit of a Schwarzenegger kick. So I've been like Twins, Kindergarten Cop, Total Recall, Predator. Yeah, the usual ones. Before that, I watched a couple of like Arrow movies. So I watched like The Wind and Phantom of the Mall. Had a good time with them.
But, you enjoyed Phantom of the Mall. I've heard mixed things about that one.
Yeah, I got a bit of a kick out of it. I didn't mind it. I thought it was quite fun. Not perfect by any means, but yeah, I enjoyed it. I watched the 2 Sleepaway Camp sequels as well. I had a really good time with the second one. But yeah, they were all right.
I really want to see The Wind. That's Wings Hauser, isn't it? And Meg Foster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that decent?
It was all right. It's got a really good premise, but the execution's a bit.
He plays another crackpot though, doesn't he? He plays another crazy person. Wings Hauser. Yeah, he always does. Awesome. I love that actor.
Awesome. Didn't you go and see Nope at the weekend, Andy?
Yeah.
What did you think of that?
I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. Awesome. I don't think it's a movie that's going to be for everyone, but I enjoyed it. I think it's going to require a second watch. But yeah, I think it's going to be very polarizing, that movie.
Yeah. How would you rate it against his other films?
It's still good. Like, it's a really, really good looking movie. Like, the cinematography in it is just stunning. But story-wise, I think it feels a bit disjointed, and I think some people are going to be a bit disappointed with what you kind of sort of would expect it to be. But overall, I had a good time with it.
That's good.
I was creeped out in certain parts, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, so I've been trying to catch up on some of the more recent movies that have come out. So I watched what was it? West Side Story, the remake of that, and I watched Drive My Car as well. That was pretty good. Nice. Other than that, just not really anything else of interest. Just movies like that. Yeah,
not too bad. Isn't Drive My Car the Japanese film that's about 3 hours long?
Yeah, it's a long one.
You enjoyed it though?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, awesome. What about you, Terence?
The most recent film I watched was that film Day Shift with Jamie Foxx. It's like a vampire comedy.
Netflix film?
Yeah, it was rather underwhelming. Looked gorgeous. The fight scenes in it were really exciting, but the comedy in it fell really flat for me. It's that I said this to BAQ last night as well. When you've got every major player in the film is the funny guy, that kind of becomes over. Unless it's a Mel Brooks film like Blazing Saddles or something like that, right? It works. But when everyone is playing the funny guy, it just sort of falls flat. I find that seems to be more common these days. And I'll give you an example, like Lost Boys, right? Michael and the Lost Boys are not funny characters at all. the Frog Brothers, Corey Haim, the Grandpa, they're funny, and that's it, right? So you've got a select few people in the Lost Boys that are funny characters, and the rest are deadly serious. That's why it works. Whereas this one, it's just overwhelming with the sort of, I'm the funny guy. No, I'm the funny guy. And it just kind of, and a lot of the jokes didn't land for me. But that's, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
that's about it. Been busy with other just making videos rather than watching them.
Yeah,
right,
I know how
getting
it
caught
can
up.
be sometimes. But for me, I haven't really been watching much. I watched a film with Denzel Washington and Chris Pine called Unstoppable. It's like a train on Disney Plus. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a Tony Scott film, I think. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun. I watched Red Scorpion with Dolph Lundgren. Quite a good film that one is. Though they do like to play Good Golly Miss Molly a lot of times, I thought.
Nothing wrong with that.
And what else did I watch last night? I watched The Fog for the first time and
Oh.
really enjoyed it. Such a
Oh my
great film.
goodness. The first time, so jealous.
Mm.
I mean, I must have seen it when I was like 4 years old on television and didn't sleep the whole night because it was just frightening.
I was great, but the only thing was it was recorded from TV on Freeview, and the resolution was horrendous. You could count pixels.
All right. Well, you had the
Yeah.
same experience as me then.
Yeah. I think I was transported back to the 80s with an actual 80s viewing experience.
How did that come about?
I was on like one of the horror channels on TV. The resolution was like I think the resolution was only like 360p or something. It said on my TV.
Well, that's dreadful because it's a good looking movie.
I'll probably be picking up the Blu-ray now, I think, to actually get a better experience.
Did you spot John Carpenter in the film?
No, I didn't. No,
probably not in that resolution. But earlier on in the film, he sort of, I think he's speaking to Hal Holbrook. He just plays this guy that's wondering when he's going to get paid, and then he walks away. He has a little Alfred Hitchcock cameo in The Fog.
Cool.
I'll tell you a funny thing about The Fog, though. I used to have the John Carpenter, all of his scores on my iPod. Don't ever put John Carpenter scores on your iPod, right? Because I was walking home late one night and I had it on shuffle. So it was cool. It was cool walking about listening to Escape from New York. They Live, Big Trouble in Little China. They're fine. But then it would shuffle to something really quiet and creepy. And I was like, oh, what's this? What's that? And then it just went, ah! And it was The Fog. It was a track from The Fog. And it was just this musical cue for obviously someone getting stabbed or killed or something. And it just gave me the biggest fright of my life. I jumped right out of my skin. So don't ever do that.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Before we get into the comments, as it's your first time on the stream, Terence, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Oh yeah, my name's Terence Miguana. That's my real name. That's my real channel, and I do film reviews. I sometimes sing songs, and I do a live stream as well. Just bringing guests on. We just talk about different film topics and stuff like that. So feel free to grab me, and please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thank you very much.
If you like what you hear, Terence link as well as Andy and Mike's are all in the description down below. So go and give them all a subscription.
Oh, thank you very much.
So right now we'll get on to the comments now. Once the comments have loaded up, and first up is, when they load up, is Mike from Did You See That? Evening, fellas. I hope you're all well, and everyone in the chat tonight. Thanks for joining, Mike.
Mike.
We've got Rogue Reviews here saying hey. Hey. We've got Gareth here saying hey, y'all.
Hi, Gareth.
We've got Basic Autumn Ween Queen here saying
hi, Queen.
Hello. Hey. Mike says to Rhoda, you two, man, I shall be on the stream again soon. Queen says, hey, Terence. And
hi there.
Video texties. And Gareth says, hi, Your Majesty. And we've got Marvel Fan here saying, hey, guys. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. Rogue says, watch Phantom of the Paradise on Saturday. It's
Oh.
now my favourite Brian De Palma film.
Don't
Deeply
blame you.
underrated.
I love that film.
That's
Never
amazing.
heard of it.
It's it's a classic. Paul Williams did the music and stars in the film, and it's just an absolute classic film. I think it's the first movie where he used the split screen technique that he made put to really good use in Carrie. Oh, you need to see this movie. The music, it's just gorgeous to look at as well. It's one of his best, actually. De Palma.
No.
Just trying to get to this video.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one then. I've still got Dress to Kill to watch. I know that one's supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah. It's a good looking film, but I don't know. Some of the politics in it is a bit dated. That whole idea of, I don't know, transvestites or cross-dressers being psychopaths, I think that's a bit tired these days, you know. And I remember that I read about it, that when Dress to Kill came out, it was really controversial just for the level of violence in it. But you watch it now, it's kind of tame, I suppose. Just for the level of violence in it. But, there we go. Found myself now. You watch it now. Hear my voice on tape. It's obscene.
Mike, you a big fan of the film?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. It's probably one of my favorite Brian De Palma films. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, awesome. Andy?
One I've heard of, but I've not seen.
Oh,
so I need to get on that.
Yeah. Another one to add to the never-ending list for me. We've got AP here from the Movie Cheer podcast saying, hey, gents. Hey, AP. We've got Brian Drums here saying, hey, remember Dreamcast? Hey, Brian? Yeah, I can actually remember one of them, but I never owned one. Queen says video tasties. We've got Sean here, Media Collector Madness, saying, hey, guys, hope you're all well and good. Thanks for joining, Sean. Hope you're doing well, mate. Mike says, the Wednesday night Legend Squad with a guest I'm not familiar with. Hey, Terence, I rewatched both the In-Betweeners movies today. Would you like to see a third movie? I would, as a conclusion to it all.
Me?
Yeah.
Do you know what? You're going to hate me. I've never watched In-Betweeners in my entire life. I am 43, right? So maybe it's kind of, you know, a lot of guys I work with and stuff, they swore by it and never watched it. I'm so sorry.
Oh, wow.
I know. But, you know, I hear good things about it.
Yeah, I've seen the series. I've seen the first film. I haven't seen the second film. I've heard not many good things about the second one, so I don't know. Probably wouldn't want a third one. They'd be middle-aged by now, surely. What about you, Andy?
I wouldn't mind seeing a third one, as long it needs to go down the sort of the route that American Reunion did. I think if they ever did a third one, because the first movie is okay. The second movie, it undoes a lot of what that first movie ended on. So, which is a bit, it didn't really sit right with me. Because it kind of makes some of the good characters a bit, shall I say, it turns them into arseholes, some of them, for me, but
it's part of growing up, isn't it?
it didn't sit right the way the direction they took some of those characters with me in that second movie. But yeah, because I think that second movie was like the plot of that was like the gap year. But if they did a third one, I think for me it'd have to be like a big high school reunion type movie.
Yeah, it sounds like a good route to go down. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of similar to what Andy's saying. I think the first movie it has the perfect ending, and I feel like they should have just ended it there. But I still enjoy the second movie. I still think it's quite funny. So yeah, I wouldn't be against seeing a third one, but I'm just not too sure what they'd do. They probably would have to do some sort of high school reunion or something. But yeah, I do enjoy the In-Betweeners. It is pretty funny. So yeah, I'd like to see more.
I take it the movies I take it the movies are successful to warrant a third one. Because I know it was a big deal. I remember hearing about the show and the films. I don't know how it passed me by, to be honest, because I do like a lot of British comedies. Peep Show, for example. You know, but I don't know how the In-Betweeners passed me by. Maybe just because I'm a bit too long in the tooth and felt kind of out of step with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll catch up to it at some point, you know.
Yeah, never too late.
Yeah, because they were successful. Like, they made money.
Yeah.
I remember going to see...
They'd done quite well in the box office, didn't they?
Yeah, because I went to see the second one and it was packed. That cinema, that screening, like it was rammed. Yeah, because they definitely made money.
Yeah. It was like when the film came out on Blu-ray and DVD in 2011. That was the thing everybody was buying.
Yeah.
2011. Oh.
Lisa and Michelle here from the Retro Girls saying, "All right, lads, hope you're well. Hey, thanks for joining." They said we went to see Nope, and halfway through, about 8 people walked out. Never seen that happen before.
Wow. Money to burn. See, that happened to me when I went to see Ghosts of Mars, John Carpenter's Ghosts of Mars. It was the first time I had the privilege of seeing a John Carpenter movie in the cinema, right? And I know people have mixed opinions about Ghosts of Mars. Some like, some don't, right? And that's fine. But to walk out of a film like that, I mean, come on. It's not like it was on for long, right? I mean, I don't understand some people. I mean, what are you offended by Nope? Oh my goodness. Dear me.
You paid to go to the cinema, so you might as well.
And it's not cheap. It's not cheap to get into the cinema these days.
No.
Right?
All around here, it's like 15 quid a ticket, so it isn't a cheap night out.
Exactly. Maybe they were just there to do a drug deal. They were doing a drug
sounds
deal.
Like mine, yes.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've walked out of a film once in my life, and it was Kingpin. I walked out of King. Can you believe that? Kingpin.
Wow.
And you know what? I actually like Kingpin now. I was an idiot. I was really put. What was I like 16, 17? I don't know. I just had a bit of a stick up my arse about films back then, and I walked out of Kingpin.
AP says, just watched Everything Everywhere All at Once. I thought it was decent. What did you guys think of it? Have you seen it, Terence?
I haven't. No, that's Michelle Yeoh. It looks nice. It looks nice. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But I'll take your advice on it. Movie Cheer podcast.
What did you think of it, Andy?
Yeah, I loved it. Fantastic. Top 3 of the year for me. It was fantastic.
Yeah, very visually stunning.
Yeah. It was what I wanted Doctor Strange to be. And, you know, like in terms of this whole multiverse thing.
Oh, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've got to admit, I wasn't that taken with it. I enjoyed the first hour, but then it just got a bit too much for me. By the end of the movie, I was physically exhausted. Just there was so much happens in that movie, but I probably just need to give it another go. I don't know, maybe if I just wasn't in the mood when I watched it, because I know most people I've spoke to, like, everyone loves it. So I probably just need to give it another go.
Yeah, definitely feels like a film that could do with like multiple rewatches, and I think there's supposed to be an extended edition going to cinemas soon.
Wow.
Right, that's it. See, I like films like that. I like films that, you know, that are almost like they grow over time. Like I was just saying to, I know I keep going on about John Carpenter. Why is that? But I was saying to BAQ last night that one of the best Halloween experiences of watching a film on Halloween night was just 2 years ago. I watched Prince of Darkness, right? And I remember that coming out in video about 88, 89 and not digging it at all. And now I think it's one of his best movies. That movie is just, every time I've watched it, I've enjoyed something new about it. And there used to be all the sort of scary moments in it with all the sort of, you know, Alice Cooper and all that outside. That was the stuff that I enjoyed at first. and now it's the sort of philosophical debates between Donald Pleasance's character and the scientist. Those are my favourite scenes now.
Yeah,
weird.
I think that's probably his like scariest film, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think it's scarier than Halloween.
Oh yeah, yeah, especially that nightmare that they keep having.
It creeps me out, that nightmare.
Yeah, when I first saw it, that was the first thing that got me. That was the thing that made me keep coming back to it.
Yeah.
But other than that, I thought it was kind of cheesy. Now I just think it's perfect.
Yeah.
But
I've still got a copy of that still sealed that I need to watch. So I'm going to have to watch that.
That's your Halloween night sorted. Honestly, that's you sorted for Halloween night. Prince of Darkness, you will totally dig it.
Awesome. I'll savour it for Halloween night and.
Yeah, great score as well.
I think every John Carpenter film is always great. The Fog one is really good. I noticed last night watching it.
I'm very forgiving of John Carpenter. Like I said about Ghosts of Mars, like, okay, he was not on his A game. Certainly was not on his A game. But even when he's having a bad day, in comparison to other people's bad days, it's not so bad, right? That's the way I see it.
We've got your number one fan here, Soph, saying, "Evening, gents. Hello, my lovely Terence."
Hi, Sophie.
Hey, Soph.
Hope you're well.
Stacey's here saying, "Hey all, watched Nope last night. Thought it was okay, a slow burner, but once it got going, pretty good overall." Oh, sounds good. Queen saying hello to Soph, Soph saying hello there, Marv fan saying hello. Queen says Unstoppable, great movie. Yeah, it was like only 90 minutes long and it was like on the edge of your seats. It was.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I love Tony Scott. Unstoppable, that's the one in it. Yeah.
So
it was a sad day when he passed away.
Yeah.
It certainly was. I think this might have been his final film or one of his final films.
Yeah, I think it was his last one. Yeah.
I mean, as much as I'm not a fan of Top Gun, some of his others, like The Last Boy Scout, True Romance, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Days of Thunder for some reason. Don't know why. I always remember Days of Thunder being the loudest video cassette that I had. For some reason, that tape, and this was the original VHS release, it was louder than every other tape. I don't know if like Don Simpson must have paid a bit more money to have his videotape being louder than all the other tapes. It just seemed to be really ramped up. I don't know why.
I know I watched one of his recently called Enemy of the State with Will Smith. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, that was a good one. I always liked how Gene Hackman's character was kind of reminiscent of his character from The Conversation, the Francis Ford Coppola movie.
Yeah.
You know, that was felt kind of like it was connected to that.
Yeah. Didn't he do Man on Fire as well?
Oh, Man on Fire, yeah.
Yeah.
What a way! What is it does to the guy? He gets like chops off his fingers and uses a cigarette lighter from the car to like cauterize his fingers. Badass.
Oh yeah.
You know, I do have a soft spot for those Denzel Washington Equalizer movies. As much as I love the TV show in the 80s, I much prefer Denzel Washington as the Equalizer. I think I heard that they're going to do another one as well. So
yeah, it's coming out next year, I think.
Yeah, I mean they are kind of pot boilers. They're predictable, but they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, they are. Marvel fan says Top Gun Maverick is out on the 31st of October. Brilliant. Haven't seen it yet. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I wasn't a fan of the original Top Gun, so I've been a bit of a stick in the mud about the new one, to be honest. As much as it's like, oh yeah, we're actually, I don't know. I just see it as a sort of military recruitment film. It's got me worried, thinking, oh no, we've got another big war around the corner. This is Hollywood sort of prepping us for it. Recruit more pilots so that we can send them off to get vaporized. Sorry, that's me. Just a bit cynical about these things.
We've got a DVD from Film Bloke here saying, hey, my little droogies. Hey, mate.
Very
thanks
well,
for
little
joining.
brother. Very well.
Movie Cheer Podcast says, I'm looking forward to watching that, Marvel fan. Awesome. DVD from Film Bloke says, I was on holiday last week, so I didn't attend last week's stream. Hey, no worries, mate. I hope you had a lovely
Had a
time.
nice holiday.
Comments gone weird. Gotta wait for him to go. Right. Seth says, I picked up the X-Men trilogy for £1 and X-Men's First Stand for First Class, I think that is, for 25p from Cash Converters. What's your opinion on the X-Men movies? Have you seen any, Terence?
I think I've seen them all. Yeah, seen them all. Yeah, they're a mixed bag. X-Men 2 was terrific. I remember seeing that on when it got released. I liked the first one. I mean, it was such a, looking back at it now, it seems so dated, right? But seeing Wolverine get his claws out for the first time, I remember just my little fanboy heart just jumped out of its chest, right? At that moment, right? And what was it? But X-Men 2 was brilliant. Nightcrawler. Yeah, I loved the cartoon growing up. I loved the comic strip. The X-Men are one of the best, right? And I think Bryan Singer did an amazing job. As much as he's got personal issues, right? he is a terrific director, and I've liked him since day one. I liked him as an artist from day one, since The Usual Suspects came out. And I do think that the best one, if I had to say, was First Class. I think First Class.
I think I'd agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird because it only has like one moment with Wolverine appearing in it, and and it's good that they finally they got off the sort of Wolverine crack pipe, so to speak, because you kind of felt like all the other X-Men characters were all sort of put in the background so that Wolverine could be right out in front. And that was a bit annoying because you get great characters like Storm and Cyclops not really getting the kind of screen time that they deserve, and that I think First Class showed that they could do it without Wolverine as the sort of main player, but they couldn't help themselves, could they? They had to bring him back for the next one and retrofit Days of Future Past into being all about Wolverine. So, but I still enjoyed that too. So I thought that was a decent movie and all.
Did you see Dark Phoenix and the New Mutants?
Oh, the last two were. I mean, I hadn't seen the X Mutants. I could see that was a dog. The fact that the studio were not releasing it, that's a sure sign that they've got a dog on their hands, right? I mean, I'm worried about Salem's Lot as well. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I don't care, right? But the fact that it's been postponed from September to April, that should set off alarm bells, right? And that was the same with that one. That sat on the shelf for, I think it was 2 years. X Mutants, but the Apocalypse, and what was the one? Dark Phoenix, yeah, they were terrible. The only part I thought was entertaining in Dark Phoenix was where James McAvoy was being controlled by Jean Grey, and he was doing this sort of mad dance up the stairs. It was almost like he'd just joined Madness or something like that. That was the only thing I found entertaining about that movie. But you always think it's indicative of the quality of the film, where the film itself is criticising itself. In X-Men Apocalypse, there was a scene where the characters are leaving, because it was set in 1983. There was a scene where characters were leaving a screening of Return of the Jedi, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, the third one's never that good, is it?"
Yeah.
they're in a third one that's not that good, right? They're just basically saying, "Yeah, we've made a crap movie here, right?" To the audience, just get over it. Yeah, that was almost like that was Bryan Singer trolling the audience, which I think he did throughout the latter half of this late part of his career, since certain revelations about his personal life allegedly had come out. It seemed to have obviously infected his body of work as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, just like what Terence was saying, they're a mixed bag. I think the first two are great. I love First Class. I kind of I kind of like those movies where you have like a partnership and a friendship, and then they turn to enemies. Like I kind of like movies that do that have that going for them. I think Days of Future Past is a great movie. I just love that from start to finish. I think it's fantastic. I like the Logan movie. I think that's amazing.
Oh yeah,
that's fantastic. But yeah, when they're bad, they're bad. Dark Phoenix wasn't great. Logan, not Logan, sorry. Wolverine Origins is the Batman and Robin of the series. It's so bad, it's laughable, and it's enjoyable on a really bad level. But yeah, I think some of the others are just quite forgettable. Like Last Stand doesn't do anything special. Neither does Apocalypse.
The one in Japan was good. The Wolverine.
The Wolverine, yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Yeah.
I liked in that they started with the atomic bomb, right? Which has pretty much been the jumping off point for comic books in general, right? There's the atomic age is actually the name of this era in comic books, right? And Wolverine's right there as the bomb's about to drop in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. I'm not sure which city he was in, but one of those two. And I thought that was kind of a neat jumping off point, and the whole sequence on the bullet train looks to me that's probably better than the entirety of that film, Bullet Train, as I'm told.
Oh wow. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same really. They're a mixed bag. I love the first two. Really didn't like Last Stand. It was just such a missed opportunity. I like First Class. That's really good. Yeah, I've not seen Dark Phoenix, and I've not seen New Mutants. I've just heard really bad things. Yeah, I've just heard really bad things about them, so I'm just not even going to touch them. But yeah, I kind of agree with what you were saying, Terence, about how I don't really like how in the original films Wolverine was kind of like the central character, and I would have preferred it if they'd kind of concentrated more on the whole team, because like for me personally, Cyclops was my favorite character, and I hated what they did to his character in those original 3 films. Like
especially in 3.
Yeah,
especially in 3.
Yeah, but he just doesn't do anything in the movies, and I was always a bit disappointed with that. But I still enjoy them, especially the first 2.
Yeah, see, personally, my favorite growing up was Storm. I loved Storm, and I thought that Halle Berry's fine, she's a good actor and everything, but they gave her nothing to do as well, and they gave her probably one of the most clunkiest lines in any film, which apparently is attributed to Joss Whedon. Apparently, Joss Whedon did a rewrite on the original script for the X-Men, and this was his line: "What do you know? What happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning? Same thing that happens to everything else." Whoa, get on there, Storm. Badass. No, it's the clunkiest line ever. Poor Halle Berry having to say that drivel.
I can remember that line. So cringe.
Yeah, and it was always they had a little beat, so that it was like, wait for it. She's got something really cool to say here. Same thing that happens to everything else. Oh,
wow.
You couldn't fault him for putting Wolverine front and center, though. He was the most popular character, right? And they had to get it out there. They had to, at a time when the comic book films were not what they are now, they needed to put the most popular character front and center. So you couldn't fault them, and I was grateful for it because I just loved Wolverine as well. And it was Hugh Jackman. My goodness,
perfect
the man was
casting.
an overnight star because of that. Right, I was just so, and it was finally, because at the time, we're talking about 2000, there hadn't really been a good screen action hero for a good while. Besides Blade, right? There hadn't really been a good screen action hero, and Wolverine was it. I was like, oh, this guy's the one, and I loved it.
Yeah. For me, the X-Men films, as you say, are like very up and down. The first 2 were great. The Last Stand, all I can really remember about it is Vinnie Jones is in it.
Yeah.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch. Yeah. And they had that. I remember there may have been a Levi's commercial. I'm not sure what it was, but they had this Levi's commercial where there's characters running through walls, and Brett Ratner, another one, had recreated this advertisement in this sequence where the Juggernaut is chasing after Elliot Page's character. Can't remember the X-Men character.
Yeah, Shadowcat.
Yeah, and they were going through walls exactly like this commercial, and it hadn't been this long since that commercial came out, and it just I was just like, what? You're taking a popular commercial and just making it into an action sequence? How lazy! But yeah, it kind of sucked.
Yeah.
But
Like
Brett
First
Ratner,
Class.
I mean, the guy's not Brian De Palma.
No.
Must
No.
be. Oh. But yeah, the First Class one, I wasn't too big of a fan on Days of Future Past. Mind you, I watched that about 11 o'clock at night and I was half asleep, so it is due a rewatch. Apocalypse was fine. I haven't seen Dark Phoenix yet or the New Mutants. I really like the Wolverine. Logan was fantastic, and I must admit, X-Men Origins is just a lot of fun. It's a terrible film, but it's just so much fun to watch. Watched it for the first time. I was like, oh, do we have to watch this? I was like, you know what? This is bad, but this is really enjoyable.
Yeah, I remember at the time when X-Men Wolverine Origins came out that there was a version of it that had leaked online where it had none of the CGI added. There was like a rough cut of the film that people had seen without any CGI, and people had been watching it. It was almost like a great window to what films look like before they've got all this CGI added, and it was, Hugh Jackman just going around smacking people, and they're all reacting to it with all these like dots over their faces and stuff like that. I never got to see it, but I remember people telling me about that at the time.
Oh, wow. It'd be interesting to see how they do Deadpool and the Blob without the CGI.
Apparently, it got kneecapped though as a film because of, I think it might have been a writer's strike at the time that they had to get it done quickly. They had to get Wolverine Origins done really quickly to get it out before the strike, and that was what kind of hindered it.
Early 2009, wasn't it, when it came out, I think?
Yeah. So that tends to happen whenever there's a Writers Guild of America strike or a Directors Guild of America strike. You do find that there's a whole 8-month period after that where the films are just terrible.
Yeah, I think the same thing happened with Quantum of Solace as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know the James Bond film that's on for like 80 minutes or something. Is it not? I can't believe that.
Lisa Michelle said, "Did you have a good?" Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, "Despite my 2-week absence, I only saw 2 films: Turkish Star Wars, aka The Man Who Saved the World, which I thought was a bit crap. Once the novelty of the stolen footage was it was a bit dull. I also saw Soylent Green, which was good, but I thought it had a lot of wasted potential." All right.
Yeah, it's a bit dated, Soylent Green.
Yeah.
And, not the ideas. The ideas are extremely relevant, right? And and it's well made. And the whole sequence with Edward G. Robinson and the euthanasia station, that's powerful, really powerful stuff. But yeah, it's more like a kind of fable than anything. I think of any old science fiction film, I think Soylent Green is ripe for a remake. Maybe not to focus on the whole mystery of Soylent Green, but the actual ideas, the world, and the future dystopia. I think that's really relevant now. But yeah, it's good to see people are watching it though. I mean, 2022, that's the year it's set as well, and thank goodness we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Honestly, never heard of the film before. I thought it was something you buy from Holland and Barrett.
Yeah, probably do.
DVD film like says, "Yeah, I did. Aside from the sunburnt feet, ouch."
Oh, no. Nothing worse. I had that when I went to Africa one time. Burnt my feet. Oh, it's so sore.
Yeah. So says sunburnt feet sounds painful. It certainly
It sure
does.
is.
He continues to say, fortunately, it only lasted a few days. I think I should have sticks and factor 100 for them. Yeah, probably should. Right, Dr. Impossible says, there's a woman across the road from us who looks identical to Kathy Bates in Misery. Time to play some Junior Walker, methinks. Shotgun, evening, one and all.
Hi, Dr.
Hey,
Impossible.
Hey, mate, hope you're doing well. Right. Mike says, what 80s movies have you seen that people have hyped up and when you saw it, you didn't get the hype? I watched The Lost Boys for the first time the other day. I thought it was good, but highly overrated.
Interesting. Well, do you know something? Did you said that? I didn't like the Lost Boys when it first got released. When I first saw it, it took some friends to persuade me that it was good, and I love it now. 80s movies that didn't get the hype. That's a toughie. Because when you think of 80s movies, you just think of all the sort of treasured classics.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm going to name one. The Goonies.
Oh, come on. Go away. Not the Goonies. The Goonies is amazing.
I wasn't a big fan of it when I saw it. Mind you, I wasn't very old at the time. I thought I was about 10. I haven't seen it in years, but I just could not get on with it.
Right, wow. You think you would be the perfect age for it as well? I don't know. That's a tough one because when I think back to the 80s, I just see classic after classic, right? It's not that I know that there's loads of junk there, but usually they're junk for a reason, and people forewarn you about that. There's one that people always swear by that's a good Wes Craven movie, right? I wouldn't say it was hyped because I'd already seen it, but people constantly say that this is a good Wes Craven movie, and I think it's rubbish. Is Deadly Friend?
Oh yeah.
Have you seen Deadly Friend?
With the
robot baby.
Yes.
Yeah. Besides the part where the woman gets the basketball smashed into her face, the rest of the movie kind of sucks to me. I've never really got it.
It seems like a mix of like too many genres, like sci-fi, horror, and romance, and comedy. It doesn't really know what it wants to be.
I know that he wasn't too proud of it himself anyway. It was another one of those ones where the money fell out or whatever. Wes Craven, he had a lot of misfortune. But when it comes to overhyped, I don't know, probably Electric Boogaloo. I saw that for the first time. Breaking 2, Electric Boogaloo. I wouldn't say it was overhyped, but I was kind of hyped for it because it had this magnificent dance sequence where Boogaloo Shrimp is dancing up the walls like Fred Astaire. And I was like, right, I need to see this. This is great. And the film I just found immensely obnoxious. I love the first Breaking. Breaking is a classic movie, but the second one is one of these ones where it's just an out-and-out musical, where the first one was more just, these guys are just breakdancers on the street that could exist in the real world, if the canon world, I suppose. But the second one was just really overbearing for me. But that was me that hyped it up, right? I'd already read that it wasn't well liked anyway, so it was my fault for getting hyped up about
it. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, again, like Terence was saying, it's very hard because the 80s is my favorite decade for movies. It always will be. But there's one movie that I don't want to say it was overhyped, but I'd read some good reviews about it, and I went into it and I watched it and I just couldn't connect with it. It was Mel Gibson film. Is it the year of Living Dangerously?
Yeah, Peter Weir.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it at all. I just couldn't get into the story. Couldn't get into it. But I read some really, really good things about it, and I was just like, I couldn't click with that movie at all.
Does it not have a woman playing a man?
Yeah,
and she's also doing Yellowface as well at the same time, which got her an Oscar. She got an Oscar for doing that.
Yeah, She's oh, it's Linda Hunt. She's the principal.
Linda
in
Hunt,
Kindergarten
yeah.
Cop. Yeah.
How times have changed, eh?
Yeah.
You know.
Oh wow. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, so I would just have to say that Lost Boys, the first time I watched it, I didn't really like it myself, but now I love it. I've watched it a few times and I love it. But there's one movie that everyone seems to love, and I just can't get on board with it. And I think it might be a nostalgia thing, but The Princess Bride.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, like I never
Oh.
saw it. I never saw it as a kid. I watched it for the first time maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I don't know. I feel like it's one of those movies. Yeah, you just have to have the nostalgia for.
Yeah.
I feel like with you, Pete, with the Goonies, like the reason I'd probably love that film is because I grew up with it as a kid. But I think sometimes you just need the nostalgia to love it. I just didn't get that with Princess Bride.
Oh my goodness, that's so painful to hear. That's like a knife to the heart. The Princess Bride. To be honest, I didn't see The Princess Bride till I was in my mid-20s, and I was just like, where have you been? Where have you been? This movie's just perfect. I mean, Indigo Montoya, you killed my father. Prepare to die. I mean, I'm sorry, I just. Oh, didn't know what to expect. I expected Buckaroo Banzai or something, right? I could go, okay, Buckaroo Banzai, but not Princess Bride. My goodness.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just couldn't get on board with it at all.
Yeah. I've heard that with people with that film though, is unless you've seen it as a kid, you can't really gel with it as an adult if you're watching it for the first time. But yeah, I don't know. That was one of those movies that I saw on TV and I had no idea what it was called. I just remember bits of it. Like I remember that bit where they're climbing up the rope and he's chasing after them and they have that sword fight and he's like, I'm not left-handed. And it's so good. But
what I should have said when you said Princess Bride was inconceivable.
He cracks me up in that film, Wally Shaw. Like there's like a bit where he's like, wait till I get going.
even Andre the Giant is good in it.
Yeah, Andre the Giant.
I don't swim, only dog paddle. Amazing.
Yeah. Billy Crystal as well. Mel Smith.
Oh
yeah.
Wow.
Chris Sarandon.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris Sarandon. Guy can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up, we've got David Beach here saying, good evening, guys. At last, we had rain today. All the streets are flooded. This is going to be a good evening. At last, weather has cooled down. At least it has cooled down, mate.
Yeah, I see there's parts of England that are getting flooded. I've seen that on the news today.
Yeah, I've seen bits on it. It's quite shocking, hasn't it? It's just like a few hours of rain can cause so much damage.
Speaking of Wednesday, did you see the trailer that dropped for the Tim Burton Wednesday?
Yeah.
That looks good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Is it going to be all done by Tim Burton?
I don't know. It just said it's got his name on it. They're really pushing it as his thing, but I'll need to do some research into it. But that Jenna Ortega, she's a good actor. I liked her in Scream 5. Have you seen Scream 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when she was in the opening scene, I was like, oh, great. I like this actor. And then when she was out of the movie for a long portion, I was like, oh, no. And they replaced her with her older sister, who became the sort of final girl of the story. She was terrible. She was really not a very good actor. And but yeah, she looks great as Wednesday. And, she's got a tough act to follow. Christina Ricci, she made that part. She made that character. You look back at the old television series, that Wednesday Addams was not a major draw to the TV series, but the films, they're great.
Yeah. When's it coming out? Later this year?
I don't know. It didn't say in the trailer. It just said coming soon. So, but I'm sure there's probably. I'll find out.
Hopefully Halloween. David said it last this Wednesday. Yeah. Good live stream. Thanks ever so much, David. We've got
David?
Edward Coppett here saying, "Evening all, hope you're all well. What's your favourite Anne Heck movie?"
Oh, that's right. She passed away, didn't she?
Yeah,
A
just
car accident.
recently.
I don't think I've seen much with her in it, to be honest.
I
I've got a
did watch
soft
it.
spot for 6 Days and 7 Nights with Harrison Ford. I think that movie's a lot of fun.
I've not seen it. She's kind of an actor I've never really explored. I mean, I'm aware of her because of the Psycho remake. That was kind of how I'd heard of her, and I just dodged that. I was like, right, Psycho remake, no way. Not touching that. You know?
Yeah.
I'm
It
not really
says
familiar with
she
her work.
was in Donnie Brasco. It says on, well, according to Google.
Yeah. I haven't seen Donnie Brasco in a long time. I just remember the scene in the restaurant where he has to take his boot off when he's got the that's yeah.
They just beat the shit out of the waiter. It's like, fuck
Yeah,
now.
just so he doesn't blow his cover. Yeah.
There's one on Arrow I watched called Cat Fight with Sandra Oh. That was quite entertaining.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, her and Sandra Oh get in some really big fights. They're really quite elaborate as well and brutal.
Right. I remember that coming out. Completely forgot about
that. Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Well, I've just looked up then. Apparently she was in a movie I loved as a kid. It's not a very good movie, but Volcano.
Oh yeah. That's a bad film, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's a funny bad film.
Yeah.
Where you can stand in lava but still throw someone like, you're a catch. Oh. Yeah. And what was it? I remember Roger Ebert pointing out that when where the firemen are like spraying water at the lava, the effect in that is just it's just awful.
Yeah.
That was the summer of Volcano. That and Dante's Peak at the same time.
Yeah.
2 volcano movies at the same time. Right? Nuts.
Oh yeah.
Volcano.
Scotty's Movies here saying, "Evening guys, hope you're all well. Watched a Hitchcock movie, Rope, the other day for the first time.
Amazing.
Good movie. What's your thoughts?"
Perfect. You know, it's set the groundwork of, like, you know, you look at a film like Birdman or Guys, where they have these extended takes. Rope was was ground zero for that. It's just an amazing film. And I love that whole backdrop where you can see this. It's an obvious fake model of the city, but there's something kind of beautiful about it. You know, and the plot's great. James Stewart's just fantastic in that film. I mean, what did they have the body just right there in the under the table? They have this trunk where it's going to use. Yeah, that's great. Such a great movie. Perfect.
Mike?
Yeah, I could just mirror what Terence has said. Really good film.
Andy?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's one of those really good movies that's just the whole movie's just pretty much set in one room. Like and it doesn't get boring. It's amazing.
And did you spot Hitchcock's cameo? You know,
right
he does
at the
it.
beginning.
Yeah.
Walking up the street. Yeah.
I've seen that film many years ago. It was on BBC Two, so again, probably saw it in terrible picture quality as well.
Well, that's one thing I always liked about the BBC is that they would get a really decent presentation a lot of the time for a film. I miss that I miss what they used to do. I don't know if you remember Movie Drome, where they used to put on like maybe 2 sort of cult films or sometimes exploitation films on a Sunday night when they would have. At first, it was presented by Alex Cox, and then it eventually got presented by Mark Cousins. That was a great series. I discovered so many great movies because of them. You know, I missed that. I missed it when the BBC used to put brilliant, obscure films on late at night. It's like an education in itself.
Now they just repeat the same old ones all year round.
Yeah, I know.
So it says, I was diagnosed with photosensitivity, which means I can be triggered by the sunlight, so I have to be hiding indoors. Yeah, I'm the same with the sunlight. Oh, it's awful.
Ugh, I'm a vampire, so, I get all crispy.
I just wear sunglasses all the time. Even today I wore them, and it was cloudy.
That's it. When you're this cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day.
That's good evening, Soph and Jason. DVD film that says, I don't think I have that. My skin just fries in the sun. Even I'm not currently with Jason. He is back home, but he's saying, I will send him your regards. Photosensitivity causes me to have some really bad migraines. Yeah, especially with movies with all the flashing lights. Oh, I have to close my eyes on some of those sections. Way too much.
Yeah.
I do wish there was like a little icon that comes up about 10 seconds before it comes up, just to say like, hey, a warning for you guys, just be careful.
For people with epilepsy as well, obviously.
Yeah. Right.
What was that?
Comments have gone weird. Right. Rogue says, have you heard that Warner Bros. Have greenlit a remake of Wizard of Oz?
Another one.
Oh, brilliant.
Were they not going to turn Wicked into a film? The musical?
Yeah, that is already happening, I think.
Right. So, we're going to get two going at the same time? See, I was... The Oz, the Great and the Powerful, that was a bit of a mixed bag for me. See, I'm a big fan of the original Wizard of Oz, right? And Return to Oz as well, for completely different reasons. But Oz, the Great and the Powerful, Sam Raimi, that was like... it was a good and a bad film. I didn't like was it Mila Kunis as the Wicked Witch of the West? Yeah. She was terrible. I'm sorry. I mean, not to criticize her as an actor. I think she's fine. Just I thought she was completely miscast. Yeah. The Wicked Witch of the West is just an absolute icon, right? She just didn't have the same physical prowess as the original actor, and you have to get someone that really matches that for me. But another remake, boring. I'm sorry. It's just like, really,
Warner Brothers just went through the archives. Which film we haven't remade yet? Oh, Wizard of Oz. Brilliant.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not needed. Definitely not needed at all, but Hollywood is void of any new ideas. Just wants to bang on reputable names, I suppose.
But there's a lot of books, isn't there? Is it Frank L. Baum? Is that the guy that wrote them?
Yeah.
So there's lots to explore. Maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe they're going to go for an Oz, Harry Potter style franchise, because I think
I think they said they wanted to make it a modern day remake set like now, which is kind of odd.
Yeah. Hey, I guess they would. I mean, the thing is, it's one of those kind of stories that's never went away. There's always been a sort of Oz version. There's been animated ones. There's been television series, right? It just never seems to sort of die down, and I suppose it's fine. But other than the original and Return to Oz, see, I've got a nostalgic thing about Return to Oz. I went to see it in 1985, and I remember because the film was absolutely terrifying. And the movie that was on in the cinema beside that was, because back in the days we only had two screens. It was Rambo: First Blood Part 2. I remember seeing that poster and going, "Oh, I really want to see that," and that was a 15, so I was not getting in to see Rambo. But I bet you any money, if I went to see Rambo instead of Return to Oz, I would have been less traumatized. I think Rambo would have been perfect for a 5-year-old or 6-year-old. But Return to Oz was just an absolute nightmare. And it's funny because I was talking to Rainbow Fright, shout out to Rainbow Fright, about the Return to Oz, and she says, "Oh, I need to cover that." She's like, "I need to do that," and it's not a horror film, but it is. Yeah. It's Disney's sort of under the radar horror film.
Mm.
You know, and a friend of mine told me this about it, and I've been meaning to look this up to sort of check it out, right? So I might not be correct, but apparently the makers of Return to Oz did some research into what psychologically terrifies children, and they decided to put all of that into the movie. Evil. So there's a place in hell for these people. That's what I believe, right? You know, that wet mattress from back in the 80s. That's their fault. I didn't wet the bed. They did.
What about you, Andy? What do you think of a remake?
I mean, yeah, it's been done to death, hasn't it? You know, it's the story. I mean, I think that the version we all know and love. I think there's a version that predates that as well. There's like
That's
a
right.
one. But yeah, that 39 version's the version I grew up with. I grew up watching that. I also grew up watching the anime series from the 80s, narrated by Margot Kidder. I think it was a Japanese animation, but Canada had got the rights to it or something, and they used actors to fill in the voices, and they got Margot Kidder to narrate it, and it's a phenomenal series. I love it. It's my favorite interpretation bar the movie. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where it's just like it's been remade so many times, and we've got so many adaptations of it. It's just yeah. I don't know what they can bring else they can bring new to it.
Yeah, but like I said, if there's a lot of books there to mine, that's probably what they're going for, because that's the thing about these giant corporations. They're not really interested in creating art. They're interested in just serving the stockholders. So having an intellectual property like that they can just milk to the end of time, that's exactly what they're going to be gravitating towards.
Yeah.
Right? And it's kind of sad that I know that I haven't seen Nope yet. And it is interesting that it is, you could say it's divisive or, you know, or I wouldn't say controversial, but just, you know, that people are having mixed opinions about it. To me, that's far more intriguing, because there's a conversation to be had, right, about the film. If everyone's all on the same page, yeah, Top Gun Maverick is just the best film ever, yay. That's kind of boring to me. I like to sit and debate about a film. You know, sometimes, and I've in the past I've been able to persuade others, and people have been able to persuade me that there's something of value there.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a shame that, you know, we're so hungry for original content, because we're kind of getting a bit. Well, my opinion, we're getting a bit tired of all these intellectual properties just constantly getting recycled. Yeah. When we get it, we're just like, oh no, it's not good enough, right? That kind of, it makes me feel kind of sad, because the studios are going to listen to that. They're going to hear that chatter, and they're going to go, okay, give them more Ghostbusters, then give them more, you know, recycled sequels from the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny what you said there about Top Gun. That's exactly how I felt about The Dark Knight. I got fed up with people saying, "Oh, it's amazing, it's the best film ever," and I found that so boring.
Yeah,
it just really wound me up.
Well, it's interesting you bring up The Dark Knight, because when I saw that film, I thought it was exhilarating. I was just overwhelmed by how amazing it was, and the more I've seen it, unlike certain films like Prince of Darkness, for example, where it's just got better and better, The Dark Knight for me just seems to get worse and worse. I actually don't want to watch it again, because I'm going to start picking it apart. And I think the problem is because it doesn't act like a Batman movie. See, if it was like Batman Returns, where it's a little bit campy in parts, I would forgive anything that it does. But because it wants to be taken seriously as a crime thriller, then I have to treat it that way. And in the first viewing, it was such a great experience that I wasn't paying much attention to the plot holes and some of the ideas in it that fell apart. But I get I totally get what you mean. It did get a bit kind of, people were talking as if they just reinvented the wheel with that film.
Yeah.
Right.
It just got a bit overwhelming for me. I was just like, yeah, it's really good, but if you put it under the microscope, there are cracks there, and there are problems.
You don't
there
even
are
need to
issues
put it
with
under
that
the
movie.
microscope. There are gaping plot holes in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but like it's still a good film. I really enjoy it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's just I don't think it's this flawless masterpiece.
No, not at all.
To be fair, when I first watched it, I kind of thought it was overhyped. For me, I've always preferred Batman Begins. That's always been my favourite of the trilogy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Batman Begins and Batman Returns are my two favourites in the whole Batman series, and then I would say the Adam West one. You know that doesn't get enough appreciation because it's just goofy fun.
It is a lot of fun. Have you seen the new one, The Batman? Because that has divided audiences.
I haven't. I've not been anxious to see it, even though it was filmed here. It was filmed in Glasgow and Liverpool, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, which kind of people say, "Oh yeah, so you're doubling for this crime capital of the comic book realm." Yeah, so it's not really a great compliment, is it? Yes, but no, I've just not been that anxious to see it. I will see it eventually, but I've kind of like people must have felt in the late 50s, early 60s with westerns. I feel like the cowboy films are like the westerns right now, where they're on television, they're in the cinema, and there's not much else. In the late 1950s, early 60s, I can imagine there were people going, "Oh no, they go to the cinema to watch some John Ford movie, and then they go home and watch Gunsmoke." They must have been like, "God, another bloody cowboy story." That's what I feel like, and I'm not criticizing the genre, and it is a genre. I think in Martin Scorsese, it is, isn't it? Superhero comic book superhero is a genre in itself, without a doubt. And whatever I think Martin Scorsese is completely misguided. Just bitter old man syndrome there, where he's saying it's not cinema. Of course, it's cinema, right? Because in a sense, that's him saying that Superman 1978 isn't cinema. Of course, it is, right?
Yeah.
No, because none of these films would exist without that. Superman 1978 is the Citizen Kane of the superhero genre, right? And I still think of all the superhero movies, Superman 1978 is the best, the absolute best, right? And I'm not doing that out of nostalgic purposes. I think it just has the right blend of right tone for these types of films. I think they take themselves so seriously, that's when they kind of lose it for me. And that's why I was a bit kind of off put by Batman, because it's for me it's a tough pill to swallow that we've got a Batman crime fighter and meant to be taken seriously in the real world that it looks like a Michael Mann movie. It's trying to be like a Sidney Lumet crime thriller. That for me is a tough pill to swallow. When it's goofy instead of taking out, where it's something surreal or weird, like Superman, where it's a bit of a comedy, bit of action, all these kind of things, wee bit of drama. That's perfect. That's the way they should be, I think. Bit of fun for everybody. See, that was the thing about the Zack Snyder ones that kind of got my goat. As much as I like the Justice League version he did, I really enjoyed that, right? And I think that was them they finally hit their A game, weirdly. The rest, but and Aquaman as well. Aquaman is just goofy nonsense. But when you've got Batman, what was it, Batman versus Superman? Oh, and Man of Steel, my goodness, the most depressing Superman film ever made, right? It's like in the original 1978 one, you've got Jonathan Kent, and he says, "I don't think you've been brought here to score touchdowns." That's all he says, right? And that's enough to let him know that he's meant to be Superman, right? And then you've got Man of Steel when he's like, maybe do you think I should just let those kids in the bus die? And it's like, yeah, maybe. You're like, what? It's like Jonathan Kent's this pure emo, depressive git. Like, what happened to him? You know? Oh, you know, this was a summer movie, right? You know, just I just didn't understand. But yeah.
I think with superhero films, they used to be an event because there wasn't so many a year, but now they're like every month, every week now. So it just feels like they're constant.
Yeah, that's what it must have been like in the 50s with the cowboy films, right? It's got to that point that it's going to get super saturated. But see, the thing is, what kind of saved the Western? We didn't really save it, but when it was dying out, we had films like The Wild Bunch and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Those films were considered revisionist because Sergio Leone, he's doing a sort of tribute act to John Ford. Right, that's what he did. He was a John Ford fanboy who made the films a little bit more violent, a bit more action orientated, and that's why they're so good. And Sam Peckinpah made the most violent Western with The Wild Bunch, and that era is called the revisionist period, where they're looking back at the Westerns and they're kind of changing them about. But the superheroes have already done that. So what's going to happen is it just going to completely collapse? It's not going to have this sort of lull where it's just going to go, right, here's the revisionist era. They've already had revisionist superheroes, right, where they've sat and looked at themselves and criticised themselves, put themselves under the microscope, showed it from this angle where the superheroes are the bad. We've got the boys where the superheroes are the villains, and Watchmen and things like that, where it's all kind of turned on its head. I really don't know how it's going to collapse because it's got, everything comes to an end, right? It's as tragic as it may be, but I'm kind of interested to see what happens with it. Yeah. I can talk, right? See, if you ever feel like you want to say something, just interrupt me, okay? Because I go off like a runaway train, as I call it, and I don't know when to stop. But if you interrupt, if you just go if you go like, I will stop. Because I work in customer service, and that's what the customers do. They go, and I just stop. It's just like it triggers me to shut up.
No worries, you're the guest. So it's great to talk to you, and you always talk loads of great stuff. You do. You know a lot about films.
Yeah, I have no life.
DVD and Film Alert says, I just got the Planet of the Apes box set on eBay, new and sealed for like 20 quid. So I thought I've got a lot to get through, though, because I've never seen any of them. It's the original 5, the Burton remake, and the new 3.
Wow, that's a steal, isn't it?
That's a good haul.
Yeah, well done. I haven't seen them all. Seen the first one, the original, Charlton Heston. Seen bits of the other sequels, the TV series, and I went to see the Burton remake. Yeah, that was a disappointment, a real big disappointment. That was the first time I ever heard the term reimagining. Was in an interview with Tim Burton back in 2001, where someone was asking him about, so you've remade the Planet of the Apes, and he was like, no, it's a reimagining. And they're like, and I was like, as they come up with these new terms, don't they? Right? To sort of justify a remake, because a remake is almost kind of seem like a sort of smelly fish, and it's like, nobody wants a remake. That's not a remake; it's a requel. It's a requel. It's a sequel remake. That's all right then. I've not seen any of the remakes of Planet of the Apes with Andy Serkis, but I've heard great things about them.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, great trilogy. Andy?
Yeah, that's a great steal of that box set. You can throw the Tim Burton disc in the bin because you don't really need to watch that or see that.
Yeah,
you'll watch it and then you'll go, why did I bother?
Yeah.
The first 5 movies, I have a lot of nostalgia for those movies. Growing up, Conquest is a tough watch. That I loved that film as a kid, but as an adult, fuck me, it's tough to sit through that movie because a lot of the torture scenes in it. But yeah, the new trilogy is great. it's a lot of fun. Dawn's probably my favourite out of that trilogy because it's just like how Shakespearean it is. But yeah, they're a good fun time. You know, the first one, Charlton Heston one's fucking classic, innit? You know.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I love those original 5 movies. I know like the sequels are they're not necessarily great movies, but I still have a lot of fun with them. The Burton one is pretty bad. I rewatched it for the first time in about 15 years quite recently, and I thought maybe it will hold up better now, but no, it still doesn't. And yeah, the new trilogy, yeah, they're really good.
Yeah,
I need to go on that trilogy. When I get some time off work, I'll just binge them all.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic trilogy. Definitely one of the best in recent years. But yeah, the original Planet of the Apes films, the original 5 were great. I can remember watching them on BBC, on BBC Two in the morning years ago when I was a kid. Used to love watching them then. Tim Burton one, I did watch that on TV. It was on Channel 5, so it told me all I needed to know. It was rubbish. So if you've got your disc of that, you might as well keep that, put that to the side, and put your drink on top of it.
Yeah.
And the new trilogy, fantastic trilogy, great films. But we are apparently going to get another trilogy now of films, another remake. So
one thing I'll give the remake, the 2001 remake, was the makeup effects were dynamite. Rick Baker, he is the ape man, right? Whenever, what was it, Greystoke as well, he did that. It just looked amazing. But that's it. That's all I would really recommend about it. You know, reimagining, yeah. Yeah, lack of reimagination, I would say.
Definitely so. David Beach says, what's your favourite Anthony Hopkins movie?
The Elephant Man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The Elephant Man.
Oh. Andy?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Like you could say, Silence of the Lambs and The Father. But I'm gonna have to say one of my favorite films is Bram Stoker's Dracula, who he plays Van Helsing. I think,
good choice.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite.
Yeah, I do agree. Great film there. Mike?
Yeah, kind of a boring answer, but Silence of the Lambs is amazing. But I loved The Father as well. He was incredible in that movie, and that movie, like, it broke me. It absolutely broke me.
that movie's a horror film. It's a horror film.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Is this that one where he's got dementia?
Yeah.
That he won the Academy Award for? Still not seen it. Not seen the two popes either. I mean, Anthony Hopkins is just... He's got to be one of the finest living actors right now, isn't he? I mean, of all time, right? He's just one of the greats. And it's funny that he's one of these actors. He doesn't follow the method form of acting. He reads the script. He learns the dialogue and inside and out. So if Anthony Hopkins is on your set, he knows that script. He will not fluff a line. He won't forget a line. He'll get it every time. And it's funny, the last film I seen in the cinema, oh no, it wasn't my choice, right? So don't hold this against me. Last film I saw in the cinema with Anthony Hopkins in it was Transformers last night, right? and I must admit, I did get a kick out of it just hearing Anthony Hopkins, like, really, you know, that's the thing. He doesn't phone it in ever,
no,
right? And he's delivering those lines about Megatron and Unicron and all that, and it just made me laugh because it's awful dialogue, but he's saying it with such conviction, right? Oh, it's actually kind of a guilty pleasure because it's so awful. And hearing Anthony Hopkins being in that world, it's kind of, I feel embarrassed for him, but you can tell he's not embarrassed. He's doing it for his grandkids. He's like, his grandkids love Transformers, so he's like, oh, okay, I'll do that. Right? And yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
I remember watching Transformers and he popped up. I was like, why? He's in this? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah. He's like he's like the historian of the Transformers. Like they give him some absolutely terrible things to say.
It's probably the best thing about the film.
Yeah, he saves the movie as a sort of guilty bad movie pleasure. And you know the really obnoxious thing about that film is it was shot in IMAX in parts like Christopher Nolan does, where he's got like, okay, there's this whole sequence in The Dark Knight that is going to be in IMAX, whereas Michael Bay, on the other hand, he didn't do it as one sequence. He would do it shot for shot. Like there would be one shot would be 35mm, then it would cut to IMAX, then it would cut back to 35mm, then cut to IMAX, and it would just constantly keep changing ratio throughout the movie. He just found the most headache-inducing way of using IMAX. I don't know why. Is he just trolling or what? It was horrible.
That's probably why it was his last Transformers film, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. See, I don't consider, as much as like Silence of the Lambs is a terrific film, but he's hardly in it.
Yeah,
right.
He's only in it for like 18 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And he got best actor, lead actor,
like 18.
You know, where I've seen actors that have been supporting roles throughout the whole film, and they still get that. Well, they get the supporting actor, but they're pretty much a main character in the movie, right? Yeah. Or being categorized that way.
Because I think Judi Dench won it for being on screen for like 2 minutes in like Shakespeare in Love.
Yeah, that's because of Harvey Weinstein's aggressive Oscar campaigns, right? It would, you know, if you, you know, he was known to hire Mossad agents. I don't know for his, obviously for his other dastardly deeds, but yeah, his aggressive Oscar campaign is still being used to this day. Not by him, obviously, but other people. He changed the game with Oscar campaigns, and that film was super aggressive. It took out Saving Private Ryan. Saving Private Ryan was a dead cert, but because of his aggressive Oscar campaign, Shakespeare in Love, which is a kind of mediocre movie, right?
Yeah,
did not deserve it.
It is what it is, isn't it? It's just it's kind of forgettable, that film, but
exactly.
Yeah,
it really shows you that it doesn't really come down to what film's better, which performances is better, you know.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't do anything wrong. It's inoffensive. It's just it doesn't do anything to stick out from the crowd.
Yeah.
Here's a question though about Anthony Hopkins. Is there any sort of obscure Anthony Hopkins films that need more love? You can put that out to the chat as well.
I love the first movie I saw him in. I don't love this movie, but I really like it. I don't think it gets talked about enough. Probably The Mask of Zorro.
Oh yeah,
he's great in that film.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't even say it's a guilty pleasure. I think it's underappreciated. Is the film Free Jack with Mick Jagger and Emilio Estevez?
I've not seen it. Yeah.
It is. It was one of these films that was always considered a bad movie, and I saw it in the cinema when I was younger, and I liked it, and I just attributed that to the fact that I was 13 at the time, and it was just a big action movie. And as years went on, I started to believe all this criticism. Yeah, this is a bad movie. And then I watched it one night a couple of years ago, and I was like, I'll watch the first 5 minutes of this, and then I'll turn it off because it's probably not that interesting. And I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked to this movie, and I was like, this is really exciting. Okay, it's a bit silly in places, and Mick Jagger is a terrible actor, but it's really good. And Anthony Hopkins has got a decent supporting role in it. But yeah, I think Free Jack deserves more love.
remember that one with Mickey Rourke? Is it Desperate Hours? The Desperate Hours remake.
Yeah, I like that
And
too.
as well. Yeah.
Michael Cimino.
Yeah.
That got hated as well when it came out as well. It's another one. Just I liked it too. I do.
Did he star in Howard's End in the
Yep.
90s? Yeah, I didn't mind that one. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah. Remains of the Day as well. That's a fucking great movie.
Yeah.
Like Christopher Reeve's Butler.
He has a cameo in Mission Impossible 2, don't he?
Yeah.
I'm sure he does.
Yes.
Yeah. The World's Fastest Indian. That's another great movie he's in.
I know. It's just there's so many. There are so many great Anthony Hopkins films. Magic was probably the first film I ever saw him in, where he's the ventriloquist.
Yeah.
You ever seen that? That's really creepy.
Burgess Meredith. Yeah.
That's a good movie. And there's so many. Honestly, what a great actor.
Yeah, I agree. DVD from Filmbloke says, I've never walked out of a film, and it's extremely rare I turn a film off before it's finished.
Not seen Cannibal Holocaust then. Or Necromantic. Oh. Yes. I turn off many films, honestly. If it get boring is the worst.
Oh yeah, nothing worse than a boring film.
Yeah, that's it. It's going off. If it's too boring, I'm like, right, never mind this.
Yeah. When you watch a film on TV and the advert's more entertaining than the film.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then and with the ad break, you're like, right, change the channel. You know, and they all have an ad break at the same time. They're all like, right, we've got them. They're not going to escape the dreaded ad break.
We've got Paul Tams here saying, only film I've walked out on is Dragon Ball Evolution, still to this day. Don't know how that movie ends, nor do I want to.
It ends with everybody at the end going, oh, why did I sit through that?
I watched it for the first time the other week, and it was terrible. It was awful.
Oh yes, I know which one, the live action one. Oh yeah, I've seen that. That is awful.
Yeah. Oh, I did not touch that. I just avoid like the plague.
Yeah. I again watched it on TV, and again it was on Channel 5, and it should have told me everything I needed to know.
Yeah. All power to Channel 5. They were the first channel to show natural born killers on TV. That was weird. For some reason, natural born killers was not allowed to be released on VHS in this country for a long time. Right? Yeah, it was really strange. But then it appeared on Channel 5 one day. It's like, oh, Natural Born Killers is coming on Channel 5. Brilliant.
I remember watching that on TV when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Not a film I should have watched.
Oh, I love it. It's such a great film.
Lisa Michelle says, what's the next movie you're watching at the cinema?
Hopefully, Nope.
Yeah, same.
I need to wait till I get paid.
Andy?
I don't know, I don't know what's coming out. What have we got coming out this week or next week? I don't know.
I honestly haven't got a clue. I think most of the big releases now have slowed down till probably September time.
Yeah, because the big ones for me this month were Bullet Train and Nope. I had a good time with both those movies. But
yeah, do you enjoy Bullet Train? Because there's a guy I follow on Instagram, Zorba the Greek, and he reviewed Bullet Train and he was not too pleased with it. So,
okay.
But yeah, you enjoyed it, yeah?
Yeah, I had a good time with it. It's nothing perfect. It was just like a 7 out of 10 for me.
Right.
Movie. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it'll probably be Nope, or this new one called Don't Worry, Darling, with Harry Styles and Florence Pugh.
Yeah.
That looks really good. DVD and Filmbloke says, the only thing I watched on holiday was Futurama. Still love it. I don't know if it's popular to say, but I prefer it over The Simpsons.
Nothing wrong with that. I think The Simpsons' reputation's been tarnished because it's a show that needs to end. I think all the best writers left a long time ago from The Simpsons, so it kind of got considerably weaker. So I think when people look back, they may say that Futurama was better because it actually finished.
Yeah, I could agree with you on that. Yeah, the first few series of The Simpsons were fantastic, but it all went downhill
Game-changing.
after probably about 10, 11 seasons in. And it's just like, it's just on constant all the time now, every year. I don't know what seasons it's on now, like about 30 seasons. It's like, just finish it. But now Disney owns it. They're going to be pumping it out all the time.
Yeah, I've never even thought about that since now that they own it.
Though I have to admit, I did enjoy the Simpsons movie. I thought that wasn't too bad.
It was a bit late though. I just felt that when what was that, 2005?
2007. I think
7, right? Yeah, it was a bit late. My goodness. After all that time, it finally got a big screen. I mean, you would have expected it when it was at its peak, right? The sort of 94, 95, round about there. They would have released a movie, just like they did with Beavis and Butthead and stuff like that. I know, but it was just such a massive phenomenon, and it was worthy of it because animated TV shows were never like that. They were never targeted towards grown-ups. Because I know, because the Simpsons, a lot of the humor in The Simpsons goes right over the children's heads, right? And it was made references to stuff that was just not targeted at kids, but it still landed with kids as well. You know, it's brilliant.
That's what I miss about The Simpsons is the old references to like all these older movies. You just don't get that in The Simpsons anymore.
Yeah.
No, I know. It was weird because that happened at a time when shows never did that.
Yeah.
Right? And it's funny that, you know, we're a bunch of, you know, nowadays people sitting about talking about Star Wars, right, is not a new concept. But see, when Clerks came out in 1994, 95, when the two guys are talking about Return of the Jedi, I'd never seen that in a film or in anything. Yeah. That was like revolutionary to see people sitting talking about Return of the Jedi in a movie. It's unbelievable to think. And you show someone Clerks now, they just think, I don't really see the big deal of this film at all, right? And it's kind of weird that people making references to popular culture and on television and films, it was hardly ever done back then. Yeah. Maybe the occasional little joke or something, but not like that was the whole scene. This is the whole purpose of this whole scene, was to have this wee nostalgic conversation. Weird.
Yeah. But like with Simpsons now, like Disney Plus have done like special 5-minute little animations celebrating Disney Plus anniversary and Marvel, and they're just so branded, focused with all like Disney characters, Marvel characters chucked in, and it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. It's like there needs to be a kind of separation, I think. I'm not a fan of Disney Plus. I got rid of it after the free subscription. I had it for a week and I got rid of it because one thing that really annoyed me is that they have completely neglected their own product. Right. For instance, there's a lot of obscure Disney films that I love that are either live action, animated, what have you, TV shows as well, and they just they won't put them on there. There's actually a website. I found a website where it listed all the Disney product that is not on Disney Plus. It's like, why? You know, they've got a gigantic library of content that you can't get. Some of the stuff is not available on Blu-ray or anything like that, and they refuse to put it on there.
It's very strange.
You know, to me, that would be the selling point. Look at this old Disney film that you haven't seen in 40 years. You've not been able to find it anywhere. Here it is. Wow, I'd sign me up. And also the vandalism, right? I don't know. I know that they did it with Toy Story 2, but they really did it badly with Splash. you know, there's a scene in Splash where Daryl Hannah's mermaid character, she's running into the ocean and she's naked, right? When she's naked, you can see her butt crack as she's running into the ocean, and it's a comedic shot. It's Tom Hanks's character is looking at her like he's not ogling her. The audience isn't ogling her. We're looking in amazement that this woman's just running about naked and she goes into the ocean, right? So what they did is they digitally extended her blonde hair to cover her butt, right? And they did it so badly, right? Honestly, it was the worst cut and paste job. It probably took 5 minutes to do, to cover up her butt cheek to go into the ocean for the version that's on Disney Plus, right? And I'm sure Ron Howard, the director, was not consulted about this. They just went, no, we'll just go in and correct that because that's offensive, right? In the ocean she goes, and it's not sexual. The film does not it doesn't depict this as a sexual moment in any way, right?
Yeah.
But no, they've got to vandalize this old movie that no one was complaining about. I'm sorry, I don't remember there being some sort of complaint about Splash being this offensive film. So they're going in and they're vandalizing their own product as well on there, and that's just. I mean, hats off to you guys having physical media, because that's one thing that won't happen is you won't get these bastardized versions, and if you're getting the 4K Blu-ray or whatever, then you're going to see the right version. If you go on streaming, you don't know what you're going to get.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's just
the big example of that hit me was that first episode of season 3 of The Simpsons that got completely pulled, and the only way you can watch that is on the DVD box set.
Oh, the Michael Jackson,
the Michael Jackson one, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I know. It's kind of strange. It's kind of knee-jerk reactions to things. And here's the. I mean, here, X-Men: Days of Future Past. Wolverine's butt. Oh, you can see Wolverine's butt, no problem. I don't see the difference, right? I mean, we're talking about equality here. If you're going to perv on Daryl Hannah's butt in this movie, and then that's fine, right? And it's just, but when you see Wolverine's butt in X-Men: Days of Future Past, it is a butt shot. It is like, yeah, check out Wolverine's butt, right? But in Splash, it's a joke. It's an actual joke. It's more kind of like, what? She's just running about in the nude. What's wrong with this person? That's what the story. That's what this shot is trying to depict here, and they're vandalizing it because they think they're going to upset children for seeing a butt, even just in case they might not have one themselves. It's just,
Oh, Lisa Michelle says they're going to see the new Dragon Ball film tomorrow. Awesome. And Paul is, and he's looking forward to it. Cool.
Is this an animated one?
I think so, yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, would anyone actually drink Slurm, even knowing where it comes from? I have no idea.
I wouldn't drink Slurm.
Well, I've drank a beer that's been used as an ashtray, so it can be worse than that.
It's from the Futurama episode.
Yeah, it's like a big alien creature.
Charles Factory.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll politely decline. Yep. Lisa Michelle says, has anyone pre-ordered Scream 2? Yeah, it's getting like a 4K release. I'm
nice.
not.
No, I'm just sticking with my DVD on that one.
Yeah, I'll keep with my Blu-ray. Great film, though. I think.
Yeah. It's a really good sequel.
Yeah.
We've got Cora here saying Goku shoots himself in the face and we see his face full of bullet holes. The camera pans further and further back and the screen fades to black. Hey, Cora, thanks for joining.
Cora.
Dr. Impossible says, on to the issue of the music to the fog. Try Harry Suckman's score to Salem's Lot. I walked a lot with my hound from house, Sammy, my chihuahua, and you put that score on with a full moon.
Creepy. Oh.
Oh. DVD and Film Look says, I need to watch Prince of Darkness again, actually, because I was quite underwhelmed by it.
Yeah, it takes a couple of watches. It's a mood piece, right? It's more that he's got a nice creepy atmosphere, and it's perfect for Halloween because I like the way that the people are barricaded in that church. They kind of feel like you're stuck in there with them.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. Carl says, good evening, everyone. He says,
hello.
Cool, a guest from Spain.
Hola.
Oh, I just had to shut the door because it was getting a bit windy out there. Oh, I was back for a second, now I'm back, yeah. Edward says, who picked up this week's new releases? I didn't pick up anything. I know Andy picked up Downton Abbey.
Yeah, I got the new Downton Abbey.
Awesome.
Yeah, I also picked up that second sight edition of Monster. I love that film.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
Still not seen that.
Yeah, it's a great film. And I managed to get my hands on the 4K of Event Horizon. Because that came back on Amazon for like 5 minutes. And then I was like, yeah, so I'm getting it. And then I checked it again later, and it said there's only 7 left in stock. So I was like, oh, thank God, I've got it. Another 5 minutes later, they'd all gone. So
love Event Horizon.
Yeah,
never seen it.
It's cool. It's one of the best sci-fi horror movies you'll see.
There's your double bill for Halloween: Event Horizon, Prince of Darkness. I'd start with Prince of Darkness, then move on to Event Horizon. You're just going to be so creeped out, honestly.
Awesome.
Great movie.
I look forward to it.
What is it with Sam Neill though? He's a great actor, right? But see, when he's in a horror film, he's always great in a horror film. Okay, you could maybe argue that Omen 3 is a bit pants, right?
Yeah.
But the Possession from 1981, oh my goodness, that In the Mouth of Madness and Event Horizon, top class.
Yeah.
You know.
You picked up any of the new releases this week, Mike?
No, I haven't picked up anything for a while, to be honest. I might see what there is at the weekend, but no, I haven't picked anything new up for a couple of weeks now.
No, I haven't for about a week. I went into H&B today, was going to pick up a copy of Last Action Hero because it was 20 quid online, 10 quid online, 20 quid in store. They won't price match the online price.
Is this HMV?
Yeah.
You should have, did you not show them on your phone?
They wouldn't have it.
They wouldn't. That's bullshit.
Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
Is it just a Blu-ray? It's not a 4K.
It's a 4K with the Blu-ray.
All right.
Quid. So yeah, it's like 10 quid online. Went in store, they had it, picked it up, 20 quid. Took it to the till. They said, I said it's 10 quid online. Yeah, but we can't give you it for that. They scanned it, 20 quid. I said, fair enough, I'll leave it. But hopefully go to another H&V in a few days' time, so I'll try there, see my luck changes there.
I can't believe that film's going to be 30 years old next year. My goodness.
Oh, wow.
That was one of the movies I watched this morning because of the Schwarzenegger kick I've been on.
All right.
It's fucking great. Last Action Hero.
It is, isn't it? It grows on you. I remember being really disturbed by it when it first came out, just with the whole kind of mixture of like I think that the when they're in the movie, it's all very glossy, and then when they're in New York makes Taxi Driver look glamorous. Right? It's just so grim.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know,
It's just the line, no sequel for you. I just love it.
the one thing that I've always felt a bit jaded about is where Benedict has got that newspaper clipping, and you can see in there he's got like Jason and the Argonauts, and he even says, "I could have Hannibal Lecter do the catering," and you're just like, "Do it! Come on, bring it on!" I mean, you already had Sharon Stone and the T-1000 appear. You just kind of felt a bit underwhelmed that they didn't just bring in all the movie villains, right? Just as a cameo, you could just wipe them all out with an Uzi, but right, it would just be. It would have been that would have been nice because they kind of teased you. They teased you that he could have the power to bring on all these screen icons.
Yeah,
you know, Schwarzenegger
Cool.
kicking Michael Myers' ass. That would have been fun.
And as much as I love Charles Dance in the movie, I think originally Timothy Dalton was meant to play that role, and I would have just loved to have seen Timothy Dalton in that movie as a villain.
Especially after his turn in The Rocketeer. I love him in The Rocketeer as Neville Sinclair. What a great character.
Yeah. Because he's got a cameo in Last Action Hero, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's in like the background.
He's in the background, like briefly. Like blinking you miss him.
There's a lot of cameos in that.
Yeah. I just find when you get to the New York segment, the movie becomes really, really mean spirited.
Yeah.
Like when when he shoots that guy and he's like, "I've just murdered someone. I want to confess." It's really mean. Like no one's bothered. It's really dark. Like it's
I know, but funny at the same time. I like how it's odd as well that there's got all these movie references all the way through it, right? Oh, there's Van Damme, there's MC Hammer, and whatever, and then they throw in the Seventh Seal at the end, you know, for the art house crowd, right? It's like, hey, you know, all the popcorn fans will know what the Seventh Seal is, you know, but for all the Ingmar Bergman fans in the audience, right? What? It's weird. It's an odd film.
Yeah.
We've got the 4K lowdown here saying, "What's up, guys? I recently saw Bullet Train and liked it a lot." That's great to hear, mate.
Awesome.
Cool. That's good. That's two.
Carl says, "So who's seen the 4K UHD of Heat and wants to start a shitstorm? I've heard the transfer is very mixed by some people.
Right.
Some love it, some hate it."
I don't think it's a film that's had a proper release ever. It's just a perfect film. My goodness.
Yeah, I've seen some of the screenshots of the 4K, and I won't be picking it up. Like it just the movie just looks too dark, way too dark.
Yeah, some of the scenes you can't really see nothing on them. Can you?
Oh, what? Oh, that's shocking.
I think there was a scene with like Al Pacino and his wife, and you just could barely see him.
Yeah.
Tragedy.
Yeah, and the scene at the beginning where they do that heist, it's like evening, but it's like nighttime really in the 4K.
So how did he get that past Michael Mann? I mean, does he have did he consult with him for this?
Apparently he approved it. He had the final say on it.
Wow.
But that's the thing as well with these re-releases of films, is they do hatchet jobs on them as well. I watched this guy Raven's Film Productions, and he did a great video. He's a brilliant. I love his channel actually, Raven Film Productions, and he did a thing all about the Terminator and all the different versions of the Terminator that's been released since the VHS. And apparently, when the Terminator got released on Blu-ray for the very first time, all of its sound effects had been stripped away and redone. Right, all the gunshots, all the car screeches, explosions had all been redone, like completely different sound effects, and even does a side-by-side comparison. Here's the Laserdisc. He says that the Laserdisc, the THX Laserdisc soundtrack, is the best version for the audio. And then the Blu-ray, and here's the gunshot from this particular moment in the police station, and then there's the other one, and I did not know they'd done that. That's kind of strange. And I don't think for a moment that James Cameron has actually sat there and mixed this film, right?
No.
But he signed off on it. He's basically, they went, we've changed the gunshots and everything here. Are you cool with that? Yeah, that's fine.
Well, James
Hard to
Cameron's
believe.
too busy with Avatar, I suppose.
Exactly,
Just like-
right.
Just
I
like,
mean, we're still-
get that done. Avatar 4, 5,
We're
and
still
6.
waiting on True Lies and The Abyss to get a proper release. You know,
It's ridiculous.
it is, and I think maybe it is the thing that it's that whole George Lucas syndrome that these guys suffer from. That Michael Mann in 1995, when Heat got released, yeah, he signed off on that final cut after it was finally edited. The color timing, everything's been done. He's happy with that, and now we've got Michael Mann of 2022 going, do you know what? I would like to make that shot between Al Pacino and his wife a little bit darker. Let's make it a little bit darker there. I don't know why, but you know, it is. It's like they're getting in and like correcting their own work, which is kind of annoying as well.
To be fair, the Blu-ray is perfectly fine as it is. It looks great.
It does.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched it for the first time a few months ago.
Oh wow! Oh, yeah, it is. It's a really good film.
3 hours just flies by.
It really does. Another one is Malcolm X. Malcolm X is like 3.5 hours long, and honestly, it goes in like a rocket. The film is just so engaging, so compelling, and you don't even notice it. That was one of those films that I put off because of its length. One of the reasons was I was like, oh, I don't know if I can sit through this. It's going to be really long and boring. My goodness, it was gripping. Every scene in it was absolutely perfect, right? And it goes back to what Roger Ebert. I quote Roger Ebert a lot. I read a lot of his books and stuff, and he was great. And one of the things that he always said that I thought was great is that a bad movie isn't short enough, and a good movie isn't long enough. Right, or along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, but it's so true, isn't it?
Very much so.
Right? I'm sure that Dragon Ball movie that you saw, I bet that dragged.
It's only 80 minutes long, but it feels like about 4 hours long.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas Malcolm X, honestly, you sit there and watch it, you're like, I don't want this film to end. I do not want this film to end. And I felt the same way about The Irishman. I know that some people are not too keen on it. Yeah, I loved The Irishman, and I was like, this is great. And I actually felt the same way about the Snyder Cut of Justice League, which I wasn't excited for at all. I went to see Justice League, the Joss Whedon version in the cinema. Oh my god, that was awful. So I had no expectation, and I wasn't a fan of Zack Snyder. But then when I sat down and watched it, the Snyder version, it was great. I was like, wow, this is brilliant. You know, and I'm not mad on superheroes. I'm a hard guy to win over when it comes to superhero films. But if they're enjoyable, I get on board.
Yeah. I mean, I got the Blu-ray of it, and it does help that it's on 2 separate discs, so you can watch it in 2 showings. I watched it with my mum, and I said to her, "It's 4 hours long." She said, "Fuck no, not at that length." I said, "Well, we'll watch one disc tonight. We'll watch the next one tomorrow night." We watched the first disc, and that was her words. Put the next disc on now. She loved it.
Yeah. Do you know it was kind of, I don't know if it's an indicator of Hollywood's racism, right? But the fact that this cyborg character, who was the heart of the movie, he was the centerpiece of the whole story.
He was the best character of the film.
He was the best character in the film, and the fact that they completely gutted his part for its theatrical release, it just made you think how many African American actors have been put on the cutting room floor, and this was us getting to see behind that curtain finally, right? Because maybe that's the thing with Hollywood. They go, we can't have that guy on screen as much. Let's put him on the cutting room floor. Cut that down until the point where that guy's not even in the movie as much. I just felt that might have been an indicator of the historical racism that's just inherent in Hollywood,
Mm.
right? And it's just, you know, it's been passed down. It's just the way things are, right? When it comes to the mainstream cinema, right? And yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it.
Mm.
And and
Yeah.
I felt the same way. I sat there 4 hours about superheroes, right? How can you make 4 hours out of superheroes? My goodness! And after like pretty much 20 minutes in, I was sold. I was completely sold. And it was great. As I enjoy editing, I find editing is just a wonderful thing to do, right? And it was great because I still remember the theatrical cut, as bad as it was, and it was interesting to see how every scene was improved upon, right? That was in the theatrical cut, like even the moment where Bruce Wayne meets the Flash, which I think they'd shown in the trailer countless times. That whole moment was done so much better, and it was placed better in the film. It came at the right moment. Everything just seemed to fall into place. It was just such a yeah, it was just a revelation. And as much as all the hype surrounding it and all the fanboys like released the Snyder Cut, and it all got quite heated and aggressive, I was not looking forward to it at all. And I did a complete 180 on it. more cranberry juice.
Lisa Michelle says, have you ever seen something you wanted in a shop and you tell yourself you'll get it the next day and it's gone? That happened to me today with Back for Blood on the PS5. You can get that quite cheap, to be fair, online for about £7 or £8, to be fair. What about you guys?
It's happened so many times. You know, I always get this feeling that, you know, when you buy a product that you like and then they decide to discontinue it, right? I always get this vibe that it's like they found out I liked it and they took it away.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I don't know how many times that's happened. I couldn't count. I take it Back for Blood is a popular new game.
Yeah. It came out about last year. It's
Right.
so popular.
Right, so you could. Oh, that's a shame. Considering, because I remember like when Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out or San Andreas. See, I've been out of the video game playing realm for a long time, and that, you know, you had to kill someone to get it on its release day, you know. But yeah, so many times that's happened with different things. Yeah. The best experience, well, the craziest experience has been in the video store in the old days, right? Well, I had a terrible video shop it just had, like, if they got their latest release, let's say Face Off, right? It's just come out. They would get one copy in. That's it. One copy to serve the whole town. So you had to become a stalker, right? If you wanted to get Face Off, you had to stalk the person who had it out on hire just now. And you'd hang about the store and watch everybody go in, see them go up to the counter, you know, and look over their shoulder. Is that Face Off, right? And eventually, you'd do your damnedest to get this tape, right? I miss that. I know it's crazy, right? I could just download Face Off or watch it on a streaming platform or what have you, or get it off Amazon so easily. But I miss that kind of it made the film so much more important. I had to
It was an experience, I suppose.
Yeah, and especially if it was a film like Face Off, where I eventually got to see it and it was just magnificent. It made the movie even better. I put in this effort to get this out on tape in this crappy video store that has one copy. By the time I got it, I felt like I'd really accomplished something. And the one thing that always annoyed me is on the release day of the film. I remember when Point Break came out on video, and I was so dying to see Point Break. And I'd go into the store, and I was like, I knew it was out today, right? It's out today because I studied these things. And so have you got Point Break? No, it's out on hire. It's out on rental just now. and they're playing it in the background. The guy's got it on there. Like, you can see the bloody movie, fucking surfers and all that. No, that happens so often, all the time. My goodness. So, yeah.
Oh. What about you, Andy?
For me, it was. I know Mike probably knows what I'm going to say here, but I was in CEX, and they had for the longest time. They had this for months. It was the Day of the Dead Steelbook. Like, they had it behind the counter for months, and I decided one day, you know what, I'm going to go and pick that up. And of course, the one time I go in, it's gone. Like, it's not there. Like, it's been behind the counter for months. And then I go, yep, I'm going to buy it. Go in. It's gone. It's always the way, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mike?
It's a shame. Kind of team.
Yeah, so similar with Andy, really. There was this shop, and there was like this independent shop in Liverpool that used to sell really cheap Blu-rays and DVDs. It's gone now, but I remember they had the box set. It was the full series of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, which is my favorite Star Trek series. And for months they had it there, really cheap. I think it was like £25, and like it was there for months and months. And I was like, I will get that eventually. And then the one weekend where I was gonna get it, it was gone, and I was just so devastated. But like, yeah, it was so cheap. But on Amazon, it's like 65 quid. So I definitely missed out on like a steal there. But yeah,
it's normally how it goes.
Yeah.
For me, it's got to be a game. I went in a game. They did a Godzilla game for PS4. It's supposed to be terrible. Went for like about 40, 50 quid. Then I went in there one day and it went for a £5. Went the next day, thought I would get it, and then it was gone. Wish I got it now because it's worth about 200 or 300 quid. DVD from Funblock says quite a lot, actually. David Beach says Bruce Willis has retired from acting from 1978 to 2022. What's your favourite memories of movies he made? So what are your favourite movies starring Bruce Willis?
12 Monkeys. Without a doubt. Went to see that in 1996. He used to do these things where you get the free tickets with the newspaper. I don't know if they do them anymore, but I went to see 12 Monkeys on a preview screening. Oh, it just blew my mind. And I love his performance in that because it's really understated. And I know that Terry Gilliam directed him, and he said, I don't want the Bruce Willis smirk. Don't give us that Bruce Willis smirk that you do in so many of your other films. And I love his performance in that. I think as an actor, for me, 12 Monkeys is Bruce Willis's best, finest hour.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, obviously, Die Hard is the big one. Like those first three movies for me are just like classic. But there's one movie I absolutely love, and he is hysterical in it, and it's Death Becomes Her. I just love that film.
Yeah, love that film as well.
He's unrecognizable in it. Like, it took me like a good number of years to clock it was Bruce Willis. Like, but he is legit funny in that film. Like, his comedy timing's great. He doesn't get enough credit for that movie.
I agree with you. Fantastic film. Mike?
Yeah, same really. Die Hard obviously is great. Sixth Sense, 12 Monkeys, a lot. He made like a lot of great like action movies in the 90s, like a lot of really underrated ones. I remember there was one I really liked called Striking Distance. I remember that was a pretty good thriller. But yeah, there's just so many movies you could say.
I also like the TV series Moonlighting. I thought that was great.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you bring up Moonlighting, Pete, because that's how I first became introduced to Bruce Willis as an actor. And when Die Hard first appeared, I remember seeing it on Barry Norman that year, and I was like, Bruce Willis, because I knew my action films at that time, right? And I was like, Bruce Willis from Moonlighting in an action film? I just couldn't understand that, because to me he was a comedy actor. He was a comedy actor. And I don't mean in the way that I couldn't get behind Eddie Murphy as an action star, but Bruce Willis to me, I don't know, for some reason, I just couldn't get behind that. I just thought, that's going to suck. And obviously, once it came out on cassette, you know, yippee-ki-yay. It was just the best.
Pulp Fiction as well. Can't forget that one.
But it's funny as well, that Andy, that you mentioned The Sixth Sense, because Curly Girl at the movies, big shout out to Curly Girl at the movies, right? She made an amazing observation about The Sixth Sense, right? I mean, we've all seen it, yeah, right,
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Spoiler alert: Bruce Willis is a ghost, right? Bruce Willis is a ghost, and she thinks that this is the observation she made: is that okay? It's really upsetting when he finds out that he's a ghost, right? Oh my goodness, I'm a ghost. But for her, she said it'd be more upsetting the fact that not only I found out I'm a ghost, but the fact that I've been going to my work all this time. I've been going to my work all this time, needlessly. You never noticed it. I just think that is just the perfect observation. Clocking in, day out, and it's like, oh, I'm a ghost. What? Could have just stayed in my bed.
Oh, I'm back. We've just lost internet here, so I'm having to go on the mobile data.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Honestly, I just got kicked off. The internet just went off for some reason. Right. I'll just have to go back to where we were at the comments. Quite a few to get through. Quite a lot to get through. Whoa. Must be over 100. Right. Dr. Impossible said, thank God Tony Scott never remade The Warriors. He had that lined up with Paramount before he committed suicide. The Warriors may be slightly dated now, but it still hits the target for me.
I would have been quite interested to see what he would have done with it. Right? I'm not sacred about remakes as much as the word is, they're remaking Wizard of Oz, right? We had that chat. But The Warriors, I would have liked to have seen what he would have done with it, right? Because I think Tony Scott was quite a unique film director. He had a very unique style, unlike Walter Hill. And I think having someone who has a real vision like Tony Scott would interest me. If it was some hack job by some no-named actor, the director that's just thrown in there by the studio, then I wouldn't have got behind it. But if it was a Tony Scott version of The Warriors, I would be slightly intrigued. But it totally still hits the target. The Warriors is a classic,
Another one I haven't seen yet.
You're so lucky. See, you're so lucky you get to enjoy these great films for the very first time.
Yeah, quite a few. For the past year and a bit, I've experienced some great films for the first time, like Halloween.
For the first time?
Yeah, last October time.
Oh my goodness! See, but you're quite well versed in the horror genre, though. You've seen a lot of horror films before that, yeah. So I could imagine that would be quite underwhelming for you. How did you feel?
I watched it at first, and it was a bit. It's good, but then I watched it again and really enjoyed it.
Yeah. So seeing it before seeing how the slasher genre has evolved since then. Halloween, it's hard to kind of comprehend how much of a game changer it is when you see how violent and visceral a lot of them have become. But yeah, there's one scene in it that just can't be matched, and that's where PJ Souls is in her bed and she's like, "Where's my beer?" And Michael Myers has got the ghost sheet over him with the glasses. That is just frightening as hell. Because and that goes back to Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock says that if you're going to have a bomb explode in a film, show the audience the bomb with a timer before it explodes, because then you've got suspense. Because as soon as we can see the bomb is under the table and it's ticking away, then we know these characters are in danger. And with Michael Myers in that sequence, we know the boyfriend's dead, right? So she's doomed in that scene, right? If she just got killed out of nothing, which is a lot of the time what happened in Halloween Kills. Halloween Kills lacks suspense, unlike the original. And that's because they don't let the audience in on what's going to happen next. And that's just a perfect example of that.
I agree there. Oh. Soph says, have you seen the trailer for Wednesday, the new Tim Burton Netflix show? I think it looks great. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Yeah. Looks good. Carl says The Warriors is a cool movie. Yep, I'm going to have to get onto it soon.
Can you dig it?
Carl says, Soph says, Carl, I love The Warriors. Thumbs up. DVD from Film Bloke says The Warriors is very good. Warriors come out to play. Seb says, I meant to say The Last Stand. I mashed up First Class and The Last Stand. No worries.
Oh, yeah.
David Beach says there are 13 X-Men movies and they're very good. 13. Wow.
Lucky for them.
Dr. Impossible says there were 2 Scott films I liked. True Romance at the cinemas, then The Hunger. The Hunger for tasteful, smooth lighting that felt like an endless TV commercial. Plus Catherine looking so sexy.
Yeah, considering that's where he came from. He came from commercials, him and his brother. They're both, you know, I don't know if it was Saatchi and Saatchi they worked for back in the day. But yeah, it did have that kind of old commercial vibe about it.
Yeah. His films are very entertaining. Definitely the ones in the 90s.
But it's interesting that True Romance had a different ending in the screenplay, where Christian Slater's character dies at the end, and it was Tony Scott that decided to change the ending, and Quentin Tarantino, who wrote the screenplay, was actually quite happy with that. He was quite happy with Tony Scott's decision to change the ending. Because and his reason behind it was that he liked the characters. He didn't want to see this character die. He wanted this character to survive. Just simple as that, you know.
That film has so many iconic actors just pop up for 5 minutes and then you never see them again. It's just so good.
Yeah. I know. Brad Pitt is the stoner on the couch. I love that character.
Gary Oldman is terrifying.
Isn't the film he's watching? Isn't it Free Jack? The movie that Brad Pitt's watching.
That's right, because it was produced by Morgan Creek, same film company.
Yeah.
The same, I think. I think that happens in another one of their films. I think that happens in Ace Ventura as well.
Okay.
And put their own.
True Romance. That's one of the best movies I went into completely blind.
Wow, I couldn't wait to see it.
When I
could not wait to see it. After seeing Reservoir Dogs, I was totally on board with Tarantino from Reservoir Dogs, and then True Romance. But True Romance at that time, I remember that being my favourite.
Yeah,
it just ticked all the boxes.
It's amazing.
And it wasn't until years later that the music that that music was Badlands, and it put me on to Badlands. Badlands is a great movie. Martin Sheen.
Yeah, I love that film.
I'm really optimistic about this. Wait, is it a series Wednesday? Right, excellent.
Yes, on Netflix, I think.
Yeah, I hope they get the character right. You know, I mean, my favourite is Addams Family Values. When they go, I saw that in the cinema, and the whole sequence when they're in the holiday, when they're in the sort of camp, and they manage to brainwash Wednesday, and she does that grin, and you kind of, it's kind of creepy as well, you know. I mean, Christina Ricci, wow, she really nailed that. You should check out Rainbow Fright's video on. She did a Christina Ricci month in January, and she did a whole episode all about the Addams Family, and mainly focusing on Christina Ricci's performance. It was a really good video, Were so well made. Rainbow Fright is a really excellent content creator, and that Christina Ricci series was really good.
Yeah. I remember when she was, I think she was on Jonathan Ross or something, and she was talking about when she auditioned for the role of Wednesday, and I think it was her mum who said to her, play the role emotionless, like don't give any emotion or whatever. And she that's what she did, and that's what made her get the part. Was how emotionless she was.
Exactly, and it totally created an iconic character. Because when you think about those movies, besides Fester, Gomez, and Morticia, she's the absolute standout, right?
Yeah,
and maybe even the most valued player in each of those films. Because every scene that she's in, every line is just perfect. It's just so memorable.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure she's confirmed to be in this new TV series.
Oh, I'm sure she will. Yeah, it'd be nice to see her sort of passing the torch.
Yeah.
Mike says, "What's your next physical media purchase, lads?"
If I had if I had a choice, right, it would be Shaft on the Criterion collection. Have you seen that? I can't believe.
25 quid.
How much is it?
25 quid, I think, or 26 quid.
My goodness. But it's just because I'm a fiend for DVD extras. Those are like a little mini film school in themselves, right? And I Am the Ice Lord. Big shout out to I Am the Ice Lord. He does a great channel. He does unboxings. He's got an enviable collection of crazy films, and he just got the Criterion version of Shaft. Now, I'm not, as a film, Shaft is kind of underwhelming, right? As a detective thriller, but as a piece of cinema history, oh yeah, right, it was groundbreaking. And just to hear the stories about the history of that, I want to know more and more about it. And Richard Roundtree was perfect as Shaft. The soundtrack was magnificent, and just in some of the sequels are actually better than the original. But I would just love to have that, just to get all those extras. Because sorry.
You're okay.
You know, I grew up. I was a total video VHS dork, right? I still have some of my old VHS lying around. And when DVD came around, I was like, oh, so not on board. Even though the picture quality was better, all that stuff. But what really got me was the extras. I had Big Trouble in Little China on its original VHS release. So I was like quite happy with that. But then they brought out the special edition DVD with John Carpenter, Kurt Russell doing an audio commentary. Oh, they got me. They got me.
Yeah.
You know, that was what really got me, was all the extra stuff.
Yeah. Andy?
I've got a few stuff that I've ordered that's on its way in the post. Funnily enough, the two Addams Family movies, I'm upgrading them to Blu-ray because I'm just a bit sick of my DVD quality of them at the minute. So just like I wanted to get them on Blu-ray. I've ordered that movie Freaky with Vince Vaughn on Blu-ray. Got that for a good price on eBay. And I think I actually cancelled my 4K pre-order of Top Gun Maverick today, and I've ordered the 4K Steelbook instead because I just loved that movie so much.
Really?
And I wanted to get like a really good special edition of it. For me personally, Top Gun Maverick was leaps and bounds better than the Tony Scott one. I think the Tony Scott one is very much a time capsule movie. It's very much a product of the times. Top Gun Maverick is a competent film compared to the original one for me. It's just it's a great story. It's great set pieces. It's just an overall fantastic film. So, but I wanted to get that on like a special edition. So I opted to get the 4K Steelbook of that. So that's on the way.
Nice one. When does that get released?
It's end of October, I think.
Oh yeah,
Halloween, 31st of October.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've got that on. That's a purchase I'm getting. So, yeah.
Right. Mike?
Yeah, so I've ordered I've jumped on the like the sort of the Scream Factory 4K bandwagon for the Halloween movies. So I've ordered the second movie, the 4K of that. Yeah, because I think out of all the Halloween movies, like the second one, my DVD copy of that, the quality is awful. Like it's really, really bad. The rest of them are okay. I'm probably gonna get. I'll probably get the first one and the third one as well, but I just thought I'd get the second one first, just because it's probably the one I need the most in terms of quality. So yeah, I've got that on the way. It was quite expensive. Yeah, they are quite expensive releases, but I've heard they're meant to be really, really good. But other than that, it's just that.
Oh, cool. For me, honestly, don't know. Well, if H&V actually has Last Action Hero for a tenner, that'll probably be that.
See have you seen this ugly box set they're bringing out for the Miramax era of Halloween? All the sort of H2O.
Oh, it's hideous.
See that they really didn't put any effort into designing that box cover, did they? It's really poor.
I've seen a lot of people saying that when they get it, they're just going to throw the box away.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Because I think people they want to have like
bonfire night.
Yeah, because they want to have them all
separate.
Individually separate, don't they? And I think
I would hold out. I think they'll work out some legal wrangle so that they can get all of them. That'll happen, right? Because there's money to be made here if they do business with each other, right? And get everything Halloween all in the one set. That's got to happen, right? There's just too much money involved in it, especially when Halloween ends. Once that's done, you know, it's just I don't see why they would be tight-fisted with the rights about it. But yeah.
Oh, that's true. We've got Sophie saying, scroll up a bit, I asked the same thing. Coral says, I like the new guy guest.
Oh, come subscribe to my channel. You'll enjoy my crazy ass videos.
I've moved over from data now to Wi-Fi.
Oh, nice one. Hardly even notice.
DVD from Film Bloke says, probably Doctor Who, The Abominable Snowman, since it's finally has a release date. I'm debating pre-ordering it because usually the price goes down once it's out. Yeah, them Doctor Who ones, especially the still books, hold the money.
Wow. So when it's... Wow, so they're releasing Doctor Who on steelbooks as well now. Wow.
Yeah.
Some of them go for silly money in CEX.
There was one that was going for like £400 or £500 just for one series.
Yeah. Steelbook goes for like it's triple digits. Like
jeez,
it's nuts. And like when I say triple digits, it is like Pete said, it's like 300, 400, 500.
That's nuts. Yeah. And I thought I was crazy when I was collecting video nasties. My goodness.
Yeah. We've got Peter McCluskey here saying, what's the best experience you've had at the cinema? I'll never forget seeing the final cut of Apocalypse Now in 2019. Also seeing the Godfather trilogy this year at the cinema. It's up there too.
I'm so jealous of you. Well done. Well done. Best experience that I've had at the cinema? You know... I'd have to go back to ground zero. Condor Man, 1981. First film I ever saw in the cinema. Never seen anything like it in my life. Right? And, you know, say what you want about Condor Man as a film. It's not on Disney Plus, that's for sure, even though it's a Disney movie. But it is a gorgeous looking film. It's shot in some great locations. And seeing that on the big screen for the first time 41 years ago, I was 2 years old and I remember it. I remember it because it was just so startling to see a film on the big screen, right? And that was just awe-inspiring, right? I know it's a bit of a kind of weak answer, right? Because it's not the Godfather trilogy. Although I did see Godfather 3 when it came out back in '91. I liked it. I still need to rewatch it. Apocalypse Now, though, wow, final cut. I don't even know how long that goes for. But yeah, I'd love to see that in the big screen. But Terminator 2, yeah. If I had to think of one that was just an amazing film to see in the cinema, Terminator 2 back in 1991. Because we talk about hype, we talk about a film being hyped. I could not wait for Terminator 2. The chart show that you might remember, it used to be on a Saturday morning, afternoon. That show put on the Guns N' Roses video, You Could Be Mine, and I knew it was going to show it. I knew they were going to show the Guns N' Roses video, so I taped that, and I was going, like the people do with reaction videos now, or where they go through trailers and they go, what's going to happen here, what's going to happen here. That was what I did with that Guns N' Roses video, just to see bits from Terminator 2, what's going to happen here. Oh my God, look at Sarah Connor. Look at the state of her. She looks amazing. And then when I eventually got to see the film on the big screen, you know what I mean? It was everything more than I could hope for. And I knew there was going to be some liquid metal Terminator. I did my homework. It was in video game magazines. They brought out the video games and they were saying, oh, there's this liquid metal Terminator coming out. Just could not wait. And it just knocked me right off my seat. It was just the best. And you know the strange thing about the Terminator 2 is that I know that they've got that extended version, which I watched quite recently, where they've got where Sarah Connor dreams about meeting Kyle Reese and things like that. I really don't like that version because I feel that it kind of kills the pace. Terminator 2 really builds and builds, and it just absolutely gets, just more intense as the film goes on. Every set piece is larger than the one before. And when you get these wee extended moments, it kills the pace, it slows it down. I feel the same way. I feel the same with Aliens as well. The theatrical cut for Aliens is better, and Superman, the theatrical cut for Superman is better. The director's cut is too long, and then you've got that bloated 4-hour cut of Superman or 3-hour cut. Yeah, Terminator 2. Oh, again, it was everywhere. It was absolutely everywhere. People were so excited about it, and when it came out, it was just like, just thinking about that time. It's been a while since I felt that excited about a film.
Awesome.
Hyped, and then it delivered the goods, right? And then some.
Yeah.
You know.
Andy?
Yeah, there's a few for me. I know the films weren't particularly great, but Aquaman was one I remember. Just the crowd. The crowd I watched that with was so much fun. Like, everyone was just pumped and ready to watch this movie, and it was a great atmosphere. There was another one as well, and Mike, you were there for it as well, when we went to see the remake of Friday the 13th.
Yeah,
because that was like a brand new cinema that had just opened up, and Friday the 13th had come out, and it was like the opening of Scream 2. Like, the crowd was just like everyone
great
was
atmosphere.
on. It was like rowdy. Atmosphere was just booming. Everyone was like laughing and cheering, and it was phenomenal. It was just
Sometimes the crowd, the crowd can make or break a film sometimes, and the experience. But there's nothing to be ashamed about enjoying Aquaman. Aquaman was brilliant fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a
it
good
knew
movie.
exactly. It had the right tone. It knew this film is nonsense. It basically said to you, this film is daft fun, right? You've got an octopus playing the bongos, right?
Yeah.
So there is no pretension in this movie whatsoever, right? And that whole sequence with that bell going down the rooftops, and he just like tackles this giant bell. It was like a Popeye cartoon. It was great fun.
Yeah, it was just daft silly fun, but great atmosphere. Yeah, good.
Pete,
what about you, Mike?
Oh no.
Friday the 13th was a lot of fun. I remember Return of the King, Lord of the Rings was just a great experience. And also, I really liked seeing 2001: Space Odyssey. I saw that on the big screen, and that was just incredible.
Oh, that's good.
Can I ask you, Mike, when you went to see The Return of the King, I never saw The Return of the King in the cinema. I saw the first one, and it was great, right? I do love that trilogy. But when you went to see The Return of the King, were people putting their jackets on? I've always wondered this. Were people putting their jackets on when they thought the movie was ending? And then they were like, no, there's another scene.
I mean,
movie's over. No, there's another scene.
Yeah. I can remember sort of like thinking it's going to end here, and then it doesn't, and then the next scene I'm like, oh, it's going to end here, and then it didn't. I can remember from my point of view, but yeah.
I remember a lot of people sighing, like whenever it faded to black and it came back. There were a lot of people like, oh, like there was like a lot of people sighing. Like there was a lot of that going on.
Because when I've seen it on DVD for the first time, I was like,
wow.
people must have been putting their jackets on at this moment. Because it fades out as if this is the movie ending, right?
Yeah.
No, there's another scene. You know, what?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, he did that intentionally. Peter Jackson, the guy's got that sixth sense of humor, right?
But when it did finally finish, I've never seen people get up quicker.
Yeah,
I bet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when we watched that on TV, and it was like about 4.5 hours with adverts. It was like we got to the 3-hour mark. I was like, "Oh, it's ending now." It's like, well, it's like an hour and a half still to come. I said, "Well, it's probably ads." I said, "No, it's back. It's back." And then when it finally ended, my dad got up the chair and he just said, "Oh, thank fuck, that's finished."
Oh.
Oh.
So what was yours, Pete? What was your best cinema experience?
I haven't actually been to the cinema that a lot. Only recently, so I would probably say Spider-Man: No Way Home. That was a great cinema experience. A lot of people were excited with that, and everybody was really happy, so that was good.
Yeah.
Right, we had Soph saying, try not to buy too much physical media because she's going to the Stranger Things experience. Cora asked, what is that? We've got James here from Jim Jam Movies and TV saying, hey guys. Hey mate.
James.
David said, did you enjoy the X-Men TV show? Yep, classic.
Yeah.
X-Men Evolution was pretty good as well.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one.
Yeah.
Soph said, Corey, yes, it's an immersive experience in London. Me and Jason are doing it. Oh, yeah, anniversary. Ooh, lovely. Edward says, I'll possibly be on later as I'm at Wembley tonight seeing Coldplay. Might pop in and out at times or catch up on the replay. No worries, mate. You have a nice time at Wembley and
enjoy the show.
Enjoy Coldplay.
Yeah.
James says, anyone picked up the Sonic 4K double pack for 20 quid on Amazon? Absolute bargain considering it came out last week for 35 quid.
So I take it that's both movies then?
Yeah. The second one I noticed on Amazon today was going for $14.99 on 4K. It's only been out a week and it's already a tenner off.
But the thing is, the film isn't bad and it's done quite well, so I don't understand that. But hey, that's a great deal of people got it.
Yeah.
Carl says, when is it? James says, you're all legends. You are too, mate.
Yeah.
Carl, it's running from August to December. Me and Jason are doing it next month. Awesome. So said Dudley, my darling.
Guys,
James,
I've just got to go in the bathroom, right? Right back.
No worries, mate. James says, here for a few minutes. Yep, that's okay. So it's just you and me, Mike.
Yeah.
Cool. Got a dry throat tonight. James says, hey, so. Yeah, David saying hey to Dr. Impossible says, Sam Peckinpah, between these two films, which do you prefer and merit the highest? Bring Me the Head of Alfredo or The Getaway with Steve McQueen? Yeah.
I was never really the biggest fan of The Getaway. I really like Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, though. You can get
Isn't
that
one on Arrow?
Yeah, you can get it on Arrow. Yeah, I'd recommend that one. It's a good movie. I think you'd like it, Peaks. It's very kind of like Dirty Harry. Kind of, it's similar time that it came out. I think you'd probably like that one.
Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, I only saw that for the first time last year, and that was great.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one then.
And in all honesty, I've only seen the Alec Baldwin version of The Getaway. I've not seen the Peckinpah one, and I like the Alec Baldwin one.
I think I probably prefer the remake. Actually, don't mind it.
Carl's thanking Soph. James says hi to David. Sound out fast, yeah, certainly will do. Stranger Things is. We've got Bumpers Movies here saying, even though I don't think I've ever walked out a film, but I remember going to see Under the Skin and half the cinema left way before the end.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's one of those kind of, it's an acquired taste, that film, isn't it?
That's the one with Scarlett Johansson, isn't it?
Yeah, she's driving about Glasgow, picking up people.
Yeah.
Weird, very weird. You know, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't get into a van with Scarlett Johansson. I know that a lot of these people were not actors. So I guess they must have got them to sign a release form afterwards. Right? I don't know how they did that, but I like it. It's kind of an interesting movie. It's a weird film. You know, I like weird films. Weird films are kind of unique in their own way.
Is it an A24 film?
I'm not sure.
Cora says, when the comment loads up, Bumpers movie isn't a movie when a famous female actress is seen naked.
That's right. Naked in Scotland, eh? She's a brave woman.
Moving on, and the comment does not want to move on. Oh dear. Oh, I'm completely frozen. Back.
So was Scarlett Johansson. I just think it's mad that her dad is David Johansen from the New York Dolls, who was also in Free Jack and played the ghost of Christmas Past in Scrooged. You know.
I've had to go back to the mobile data now because the internet is just playing up dreadful. Must be the weather and the thunderstorms we had yesterday. Rogue says the training sequence in Turkish Star Wars is beautiful. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for
it. And that's the one where they just plagiarize shots from Star Wars and just paste them in there. Awesome.
Bumper says, guess they all left after seeing Scarlett Johansson's scans. Dr. Impossible says, Bring Me the Head is one crazy fucked up movie, but I'll take Warren Oates any day. Cora.
Yeah. And it's all about love. That's the thing. It's actually, at its core, Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia is a romantic movie. I did not expect that. I expected it to be this really scuzzy, low-life movie. And it's got that element to it, but it's actually a beautiful movie. You actually feel kind of, at the end.
Yeah.
It's how Sam Peckinpah does romance with lots of people getting shot.
Marvel fan says, I watched Green Goblin's screen test for Spider-Man 2002. It's supposed to look one from the comics. It looked freaky, has as a how I
Yeah, I know.
understand now why it's now dropped, replaced it with a metal suit.
I know, shocking. I had the making of book of Spider-Man from 2002, and they showed you some of the costume designs, and they were so much better. I don't know why they made him look like a Power Ranger villain. And I had this conversation with a Curly Girl from Curly Girl at the Movies the other day about Willem Dafoe. And she was like, why didn't they just paint his face green? Right? I mean, the guy already looked like the Green Goblin. Right? That's what she said. She said, why didn't they just paint his face green, right? Because when he's not got the mask on and he's behaving that crazy way, he's more like the Green Goblin than he is when he's got the suit on. You know?
Absolutely. Carl says, I rewatched it last month, so that's why I voted for it. Seen the other one too, not too long ago. Right, Cora says, extremely lame question, but if you could hang out with one movie character for a day, who would it be?
It's got to be Ferris Bueller. Me.
Oh, no, yeah. I would slap him. It certainly wouldn't be Cameron either. I really don't know. It's a tough one.
Cool.
There's so many. But you kind of think, God, would they be really obnoxious? Oh, Gizmo. Gizmo from the Gremlins. Just so I could tickle his wee belly. Just get me sing that wee song that he does. Yeah, Gizmo.
Yeah, great pick.
I love him.
Mike?
Yeah, I don't know. There's too many to choose from. I'll just say someone like Indiana Jones.
Oh.
Yeah. Marty McFly. There you go. That's easy guess.
Yeah, maybe teach you how to play Johnny Be Good.
Yeah, that's true. We've got Jason, the old millennial here, said Rashad G wants to have words with you, Mike, over the Lost Boys.
Cry, little sister. By the way, I just want to add, I'm having an excellent time here. Thank you for inviting me, Pete. This has been brilliant. Really enjoying it.
Thanks ever so much, Terence, for joining. Been wanting to get you on for a long while.
And brilliant. Well, likewise, the door is always open. Anytime you want to come on my live stream, when I'm kind of taking a wee break from them just now. I was kind of getting a bit too hooked on them. But I'll definitely want to get you on at some point. Well, on whatever you find is your strongest suit. What sort of film genre or a particular type of movie or a particular movie we could sit and discuss. I'd be so up for that.
Sounds great to me. Thanks.
Most welcome.
David says, Resident Evil, what's your favourite movie and do you enjoy the TV show The 22? I haven't seen the TV show, but my favourite's probably the first movie.
I've only seen the first movie. I wasn't a fan, so I've kind of just not took much interest in it. Haven't seen the TV show. I'd heard that the acting isn't very good, but then I said, well, that's quite close to the video game, because as I recall, the video game had really bad acting. So nice one. Sounds like a very very suitable adaptation.
Andy?
Yeah, I'm going to have to say the first one as well. It's not a big franchise I'm a fan of, but the first one has that one scene in it for me that's really, really memorable. Is when they're like locked in that room with the lasers.
Yeah,
like that sticks out to me like sort of from that scene. Like that's the bit I remember the most because it's pretty cool, that scene.
And Mike?
Yeah, I've only seen the first one, and To be honest, I thought it was like borderline unwatchable, and I've heard people say that they get worse. So I've not really had much desire to watch any of the others because I just didn't really enjoy the first one.
Oh, the one, is it Retribution? Jeez, I nearly threw that one out the window. It's that bad.
Russell Mulcahy directed one as well, didn't he? You know, the director of Highlander and Ricochet.
Yeah, I think it was the third
Ricochet. One. That's such a cool movie.
Oh yeah.
there's a death scene in that, and I'm like, fucking hell.
Yeah. There's a great line in it, and excuse the language, okay? John Lithgow, who's great at playing a psycho. Every time he plays a psycho, he does it really well. And in Ricochet, he says this great line where it's like, I'm gonna break into your house. I'm gonna fuck your wife. I'm gonna fuck your daughter. And hell, I may even fuck your dog. Oh. Yeah. Ricochet is a forgotten classic.
Yeah.
Rogue says, fun fact, Wes Craven started out as a porn director.
That's right. He worked on a film called Together, which is what's called a white coat. Back in the days, they would make these pornographic movies, but they would call them white coats, where they basically made it look like it was sort of had some sort of social value, right? Where they would have this doctor come out, and we're going to talk about, you know, women's orgasms, right? As if they weren't real doctors, right? And he made a film called Together that was a blue movie. It was in that realm, the white coat subgenre, which I thought was quite sad, because when he passed away, the newspapers really jumped on that. They really jumped on the fact that Wes Craven started out in blue movies, even though it was a very brief time that he did that, right? And in fact, if you do some research, there's a lot of people that work in the Hollywood system that did come from X-rated cinema. One in particular, we mentioned the Addams Family earlier on, is Barry Sonnenfeld. Barry Sonnenfeld was a cameraman in blue movies, and then he became a cinematographer before he became a film director. And I don't know, I just felt like a kind of kick in the teeth to Wes Craven, because the guy changed the game with horror films numerous times.
Yeah.
And for the newspapers to bring that out, I just felt like it was kind of, they were just trying to take him down a peg just at the last, just on his deathbed. Just felt it was a bit, There you go.
Dr. Impossible says, still hold up for you, Coral Garcia. Jason says, do any of you watch documentaries? Do you have a favourite one? I don't really tend to watch documentaries that much.
So many. I watch a lot of filmmaking documentaries. Hearts of Darkness, the filmmaker's Apocalypse, about the making of Apocalypse Now. That's incredible. But if documentaries outside of that, Inside Job, the documentary about the financial meltdown of 2008, that's incredible. Enron, the smartest guys in the room. Oh, I do like documentaries that are about some sort of injustice on a large scale. But I do love a good documentary. Oh yeah, if it's done right. There's so many I can think of.
Andy?
Yeah, there's a few I like. Obviously I like the Netflix series, the movies that made us, and the stuff that they do on there, because they're really entertaining. The In Search movies are just phenomenal. I love them. The two In Darkness ones we've got.
Yeah,
In Search of Tomorrow was great. The Oliver Harper one, In Search of Last Action Heroes, that was great. Yeah, there's just the odd one as well. There's the big one I remember from my childhood was probably Super Size Me about McDonald's. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not too big on documentaries, but if it depends what they're about for me. Well, yeah, if it interests me.
Yeah, Mike.
I like a lot of like music documentaries. So like just documentaries about bands and stuff. Yeah, there's quite a lot. I remember Dave Grohl did one called Sound City, which is about the Sound City recording studio in LA, which is like a very famous for like a lot of iconic albums were recorded there. And yeah, but yeah, I just like a lot of music documentaries.
Did you see Summer of Soul from last year?
No.
You need to check that one out. It's about in Harlem, 1969, the same summer that they had Woodstock, and they captured this concert, and that no one remembers, right? But now it's become, because of this film, it's really brought it to people's attention. That had bands like Stevie Wonder, Sly and the Family Stone, Gladys Knight, and it's just incredible. It's just brilliant. The actual. The concert itself and the documentary with people talking about it. Oh, I think it won an Oscar this year. I'm not sure if it won or it was nominated. Don't really pay attention to the Oscars much these days, but yeah, you need to see Summer of Soul. That is excellent if you love music.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it came out last summer, didn't it?
It did, yeah, and it was great. And I'm wondering if they brought it out on DVD, because what kind of annoyed me about it was that it didn't have the whole concert uninterrupted. So you would see like a bit of Sly and the Family Stone performing, then it would cut to someone who was at the concert and they're talking about it and they're old now and they're things like that. It kind of annoyed me because I wanted the concert. I mean, I enjoyed the sound bites as well, but I wanted to see the song completely uninterrupted. So I'm wondering if the DVD, I'll need to check that out because I've forgotten about it. If it has like an uninterrupted version of the footage that they've got.
Yeah.
Because it's great.
I do like a good music documentary. I did watch the Elvis Presley one, The Searcher. That was very good. That was about 3 hours long, but fantastic.
Yeah.
We're about an hour and a half to 2 hours behind on the comments. I literally reached the bottom by accident, and there's like about 100 odd comments to go through, so I'm going to try and get through a lot of them. Carl says, yes, I like it more every time and already enjoyed it the first time. Lisa Michelle says, Back to the Future for me. I'm not a big fan, but everyone seems to love them.
Fair enough.
DVD and Film Bloke says, Urge to Kill Rising. Nah, only joking. Dr. Impossible says, Deadly Friend is shockingly shit. Craven does a bargain bucket adaptation of Bride of Frankenstein. Watch The Stepfather. That film is great.
Yep. Can't agree with you more there, Dr. Impossible.
Cool. DVD and Film Bloke says, I guess Rayman for me because I share the same disability as the title character, I was a lot more harsh on it.
Yeah. Well, see, what's interesting about Rain Man, I would say that's Tom Cruise's best acting performance in any film. Because although Dustin Hoffman's character, he does not have a character arc. His character does not change from the beginning of the film to the very end of the film, right? Why would he, right? But Tom Cruise, his character does have a character arc throughout the whole film, and it really carries the weight of the whole story. The entire emotional punch of Rain Man is built around Tom Cruise's performance. So when people, I argue with people about Tom Cruise all the time, right? And some claim he's not a very good actor, and I say, watch Rain Man. Rain Man that's the film that says Tom Cruise is a great actor. That and Interview with a Vampire. Those two,
definitely,
just two of his best
great
acting
film.
performances.
I'd throw Born on the 4th of July in there as well.
Oh yeah,
fucking great.
Good shout.
Yep.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I didn't fully connect to Beetlejuice the first time I saw it. Now I loved it.
Awesome. I was the same.
Yeah. I think I remember you said about it on the stream before, Andy.
Yeah. It took me a while to get into it because the movie's called Beetlejuice and he's hardly in the movie.
Yeah.
It was like you're expecting him to like be front and center, but he has very, very limited screen time. But when he's on screen, you just love him, and you just
Oh, yeah.
love what he gets.
Yeah,
and,
but he comes in right at the right moments, though. That's the thing. If he was on the screen all the time, it would probably suck. Overkill. Yeah. I think the fact that you do get him in these little short bursts just makes it even better. But I remember Beetlejuice coming out, and my sister went to see it. It was a 15 again. Where was this? 88? Yeah. And I couldn't get in to see that because I was 9 years old at the time, but I could not wait to see it. The trailer just looked amazing. It just looked like I just could not wait to see that film. And when I saw it on video, when it first came out, I was so disappointed because Beetlejuice was hardly in it, and that was the name of the movie. He was right on the box cover. Like, what are they playing at here? But as years have went on, you totally understand why he's placed that way.
Mm.
And
like they build him up so well in that film as well. Like,
oh yeah, and every line he delivers it just hits, right? And what was the other one? I can't believe that. I think there's still talk about there being a sequel.
Can't believe has been for years.
Yeah, that's nuts, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Do it. I'm interested to see what they do with it.
Lisa Love says, I struggled with The Princess Bride too. I didn't see it as a kid.
Inconceivable! Yeah, timed it better that time.
DVD from Film Bloke. I really enjoyed The Princess Bride, but I haven't seen it in years.
It hasn't aged a day.
He saw it as a teenager. Awesome. He also says, I didn't get on with the Friday the 13th movies.
Yeah, they're like Ron Seal, though, aren't they? They do what they say on the tin. It's just, teenagers having sex, smoking dope, getting killed. Another day at the park for Camp Crystal Lake. But there was a cliche that I came to realise just yesterday when I was talking to Basic Autoimmune Queen, is that if you do a bad dance, if you dance in a horror film and you look like an idiot when you dance, you're dead. Right?
Yeah.
Right, you've got Crispin Glover, right, in part 4. But then I thought about Ed Harris in Creepshow.
Yeah.
He does this awful dance with this woman. And he's dead like 5 minutes later, right? It's just like, it's almost like the audience is like, right, you can't dance, you must die. Right, So
got Ride Free Gamer saying, hey mate, thanks for joining. DVD from Film Bloke says, also couldn't connect with E.T. when I first watched it. Now I think it's good. Oh, I was just petrified of E.T. as a kid.
Thank goodness. I'd be hunting you down for that one.
Lisa says, 6 days and 7 nights is fun. We've got the viewer Drew saying, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, thanks for joining, mate.
Hey, Drew.
Bumpers Movie says, apologies if we've already spoken about it, but have any of you seen Nope yet? I watched it twice in 48 hours and 4 was amazing. That's awesome, mate.
Oh, good.
We haven't seen it, but Andy has seen it, and you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, yeah. Solid 7 out of 10 for me. A good time with it.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Drink all that.
Dr. Impossible says, I couldn't connect with Shirley Valentine.
Oh,
I know. Shocking, isn't it?
That's it. Just unsubscribe from me right now, Dr. Impossible. Right? You're not welcome here anymore. Go talk to the wall. No, I love Shirley Valentine. What can I say? It's just a classic movie.
Is that all Bernadille?
Yeah. I'm not eating shite.
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, each to their own.
That's a good film. I quite liked it.
Oh yeah.
Cara says, Anne Hackford movie. I know what you did last summer. Yeah.
Oh, was she in that?
Yeah, I think she's only in one scene.
Right.
The viewer Drew says, what Marvel character would you like to see in a Lego movie? I don't think that'll happen.
Submarine. No, a Silver Surfer. I'd love to see the Silver Surfer is actually quite a funny character, right? because he's like Superman, but he doesn't get Earth. With Superman, he fits in, right? He fits in on Earth, but the Silver Surfer, he just doesn't get it. He's like, what is wrong with these people? They're all weird. And there's a lot of comedy in the Silver Surfer because of that. And I think he would be perfect for a Lego movie because he is a weirdo. He's a complete like outcast. But hey, he's not had a proper movie yet. It's going to happen though. If they're bringing in Submariner, Doctor Doom, then Norrin Rad, he'll be next. I can't wait for the Silver Surfer is the one I've been waiting on the longest.
Yeah, hopefully he'll come in. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Andy?
Oh, I don't know. Howard the Duck.
That would be fun. as long as no one tries to bang him this time, right? I mean, that movie's bizarre, isn't it? It's just like, is it for children? No. Is it for adults? No. Who is it for? But do you know one thing I'll give? I actually like Howard the Duck, Craig, because it is a guilty pleasure. See the score by John Barry? Oh, it's magnificent. Got a great score.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mike?
I'll just say Spider-Man.
Good pick.
You've never topped that.
Pardon? You're okay.
It's hard to top that last animated Spider-Man. That to me is the best Spider-Man film. Yeah, I know it's getting a sequel in it, Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, it's getting a two-parter.
Yeah, two-parter.
I can't wait for that.
That'd be good. Deadpool. I think that worked quite well with a go.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I'm sure they'd perfectly allow some Deadpool shorts, Lego Deadpool shorts on Disney Plus.
Yeah, he'd be the first person to break the fourth Lego wall.
DVD from Film Block says the Psycho remake is the most pointless film ever made. If you're going to remake something, at least try something different with it. If it's the same movie again, just watch the first one. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's almost the polar opposite to the Suspiria remake, right? Suspiria remake is vastly different from the 77 version, and the Psycho remake is just shot for shot. It's almost like a kind of student film project.
Apparently, it was like the director said it was an experiment to see if he could replicate the exact same movie. If he could it was more of an experiment than like an actual film.
Yeah, except they don't use chocolate sauce for blood this time. Because that's what Hitchcock used, because it was in black and white, so it didn't matter. Yeah. But pointless. Absolutely pointless.
Lisa Michelle said, I've only seen Ant Heck in I Know What You Did Last Summer. Cora says, who the fuck is Shirley Valentine? Road Free Gamer, I feel Friday the 13th Part 3 was better than all the others.
It's a good one.
My favourite's Jason X.
Okay.
I know it's crazy, but I just dig that film.
That's cool. I've only ever seen the first one. Only ever seen the first Friday film.
Yeah, I think mine would have to be Part 6. I love Jason Live.
Mike?
I like the first 4. I can enjoy all of them equally.
That's good. DVD from Film Bloke says, for some reason, people hold book-to-film adaptations to a different standard to remakes. If a film follows the book too closely, it's great. If a remake follows the original too close, then it's crap. But you haven't actually seen a movie interpretation of that story. That's the thing.
Yeah. No, that's there. I mean, the answer's in the question. Adaptation, you have to adapt it, right? Because it's film is a visual medium. You're telling stories through visuals, and books don't. It's the same with comic books. I had a real problem with Sin City when it got adapted to a film, because when you read a comics, a lot of if you read a comic out loud, the dialogue tends to be quite clunky. The only person that I think doesn't sound clunky is Alan Moore for some weird reason. You can tell he actually thinks about how his dialogue is going to sound weirdly. If you read out Watchmen, it sounds great. But if you read out Sin City, it sounds nonsense. It sounds really, really poor. And there was a scene in it where Michael Madsen and Bruce Willis were talking to each other, and it just sounded really flat. And I think it's because they didn't adapt the dialogue. They just went, right, we're taking Frank Miller's work here, and we're doing it exactly as it is done. And that, I think that was the wrong way to go, dramatically. Right? I mean, visually the movie was stunning, but the drama in it was really kneecapped in some way. But it's interesting you're talking about adaptations, because a lot of people say, oh, that was against what the author intended and all that. See, when you get the author on board to make his own work, it usually turns out to be an absolute dog as well. And two examples of that is Norman Mailer's Tough Guys Don't Dance for Canon Films. He was the author of that novel. He wrote and directed the movie, and the movie's a bit of a misfire. And then you've got Stephen King with Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, goodness me. I mean, just the making of that film was an absolute disaster. Because apparently he almost killed a guy. He almost killed a guy being the director of that film, high off his nut on drugs. You know? So it's interesting. But I'm at a position now that when I see a book's going to be adapted to the screen, it's expected. It's expected for it to be changed about. And it has to be for it to make any sense a lot of the time. You know?
Dr. Impossible says, one Hitchcock film that gets lost in time is The Trouble with Harry, but I still like The Wrong Man with Henry Fonda, plus the Immaculate Killer film Frenzy. Steve-O says, I watched Slapshot on Blu-ray. What a good and funny film. Guys seen it?
That. Still to see it. Paul Newman, supposed to be really good. Did it not get a sequel as well? I think it got a sequel.
Don't know.
Oh, sounds interesting. DVD from Film Bloke says, I was recently thinking about book-to-film adaptations and how many people view the film as crap because it deviates from the book. He continues to say, both Willy Wonka movies come to mind. The 71 film is different from the book, but it's a better movie than the Cac Burton film. And he also continues to say, the 39 Wizard of Oz film is a remake in its own right, since I believe there was quite a few silent adaptations. Yes.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
It's just they're not as famous. Saying about adaptation. Sorry, I had something to say there. It's gone.
Dr. Impossible says, Margaret Hamilton, you'll have to take the dive, Terence, and have some fun with Altman's Brewster McCloud. Hamilton makes an appearance in McCloud, and it's fucking nuts.
Right. There's a lot of Robert Altman films I need to see.
Carl says Judy Garland as Dorothy still gives him nightmares, so I can relate to Terence.
All right. Okay. I was having nightmares over Return to Oz from 1985 with those wheel guys.
The Wheelers, yeah.
Wheelers, yeah. Oh, no thanks.
We've got AJ's Movie Place here saying, good evening all. Evening, AJ.
AJ.
DVD and Film Work says, I'm one of the few people who can't stand The Dark Knight. It's really fucking boring.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, fair dues.
I just don't love it as much as most people do. I still think it's a good movie,
Yeah.
but I it's overhyped to me. I think it's overrated, to be honest.
Yeah. It's exceptionally well made, but I might go off on one of my trains again. But are you familiar with Slavoj Žižek? He's a philosopher, right? And he makes a really good point about the Dark Knight that Batman is not a hero in this film at all. That he's this honourable lie that he tells is something that has been used politically, historically, where Harvey Dent has killed a bunch of people. And in order to maintain this lie to the people of Gotham, that Harvey Dent is this white knight, the Batman decides to take the blame for these murders at the end of the film, all just to maintain this honourable lie. So the people of Gotham are not entitled to the truth because Batman says so. So Batman is a fascist character who decides that what Gotham should be made aware of. He does these great documentaries, this guy Slavoj Žižek, and one's called The Pervert's Guide to Cinema. None of these documentaries are about perversion, right? And another one called The Pervert's Guide to Ideology. I believe it's The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, where he talks about Batman and The Dark Knight, and how the film is kind of trying to portray this fascist idea that, you know, the people of Gotham are too weak, too small-minded to be able to understand the truth. So it's like saying, yeah, you know, let's just encourage being lied to in this way, right? But I guess that's probably to do with the times, 2008, and I remember when it came out, the Batman, the Dark Knight got compared to the whole War on Terror, that it was kind of that era, the War on Terror sort of thing, and people claim that the Joker character is kind of like an ideological terrorist in a sense, because he's there to prove a point. It's not just being the Joker in the traditional comic book sense. And yeah, it probably has a lot to say about that, in the sense that, you know, Batman is like the government to an extent, that we, you know, is shielding the public's view on things and making these big decisions on behalf of the public.
Yeah,
weird.
I get that. I do get that the way you said that. Yeah,
well, it's Slavoj. That was him. You should watch his documentary. That I think that some of them might be on YouTube. If you just type in Pervert's Guide Dark Knight, you'll get that part broken up for you. He does a great bit about They Live as well.
Okay.
It's really interesting.
Sounds good. Bradley starts here saying, hello movie types, hope you're well. Do you think me basically, who thought that Harry Potter books felt like they were written by a child for children, would I like the movies? Are they better? The first two are very childish, the rest of them get slowly darker as they get along, but the jump from 2 to 3 is quite hefty in the darkness.
Do you know what? I'm still yet to see a Harry Potter movie.
Okay.
I think I saw parts of the first one on Christmas Day one time, 2003, 2004, something like that. And but I've heard nothing but great things about them. You know, it seems to be a really, from what I've been told, a really good franchise. Because one thing that I love about a franchise is continuity, right? Yeah. If you're going to have your story have a beginning, middle, and end, and as a franchise, have good continuity. And I've got hats off to the Scream franchise, right? Regardless of what you think of those movies, they've maintained continuity for all that time, right? Unlike, you know, you could pick Star Wars apart, you could pick the Halloween franchise, right? There's a lot of franchises that go all off the rails when it comes to continuity, and I'm certain that Harry Potter pretty much maintains that, from what I'm told.
Oh yeah, I'd say there's a good continuity in the Harry Potter franchise, definitely.
That's all I ever want.
There's probably only one bad film in it, and I think that's like not the Deathly Hallows, the Half-Blood Prince.
See, I wouldn't say that's a bad movie. The Half-Blood Prince is actually my favorite book out of the whole of the franchise. I think it's the calm before the storm that part of the story. But there's so many things set up in the second book that play such a key role in the sixth book. I think, without spoiling it, but there's just so much. There's so much set up there, and things get set up in those earlier books that come to fruition in the later books.
So what about these Fantastic Beasts films? Is that just like methadone? Is that like they're
Stay away from them.
Yeah.
They're not.
I'm not a fan
the first
of the
one's
Fantastic
not
Beasts
too bad.
movies. The first one's all right, but the second one and this new one, they were a struggle for me. They were
the second one put me asleep. It's dreadful.
Yeah,
I mean, say what you want about J.K. Rowling in her personal life. I'm not talking about her personal life at all, right? Or any controversy surrounding that. But I've got to admire that as an artist, she's managed to maintain control over her work, because that's a rare thing. You know, you look back, you talk about Wes Craven, right? The guy had, for New Line Cinema to make A Nightmare on Elm Street, he had to hand over the entire rights to Freddy Krueger, which was a big mistake because, you know, they went to town with that. And the only other person that I could think that had that kind of control was Agatha Christie. Agatha Christie, she managed to maintain complete control over her work throughout her life, and it's rare. It's rare to see. So it's good to see. It's good to see an artist, regardless of what I think about them personally or whatever. It's not. I'm not talking about that. But as an artist, it's great that they've been able to maintain ownership over it. The corporations can't sort of take that away from her.
Dr. Impossible says, stop thinking outside the box, Terence, you'll be conformed. You will accept the MCU and DC. Just pretend the past means nothing in the film, especially anything that tests the brain to mediocre Hollywood.
No, I'm fine inside the box. I'm stuck in the box.
Cara said the stream should be called The Terence Show and some light input by the other three.
I'm so sorry. I do go off the rails sometimes. I apologise. I'm even trying not to do that on my own stream, you know. But just feel free just to interrupt me, and I will shut up. I promise.
Don't worry about it. I'm just surprised how many comments we've got to get through. It's just like they keep coming more and more.
Right. So I'm not seeing them here.
Bradley says, yeah, it's going to take a while to get through these comments. Yeah, I should think must be 2 hours ago. Because we were talking about like the superhero problem, or must have been about 9 o'clock. Bumpers Movie said, problem with superhero movies is their nonsensical belief that the audience want them to be dark. Suicide Squad 2021 hit the comic book tone perfectly. Marvel fan says, does Punch Drunk Love and Boogie Nights have any scenes with flashing images, or is it not safe for a person with epilepsy like him?
I don't recall Boogie Nights having flashing images. I've not seen Punch Drunk Love, but Boogie Nights, I don't think so.
I would say with Punch Drunk Love, it's not like a visual thing, but I remember the soundtrack is very anxiety-inducing. I remember the first time I watched that movie, I wasn't in the mood at all, and I just remember the soundtrack is very crazy and erratic, and I think like it might be a sensory overload for some people, maybe.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I can't. It's been a long time since I've seen Punch Drunk Love, but if Mike's hit the nail on the head with it, that's fine. But Boogie Nights, I don't think there's anything. I mean, there's a scene in it where there's a kid setting off firecrackers, but other than that, there's not really anything. I think that would.
Oh, you mean the scene with Alfred Molina?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but there's no flashing lights though. It's just like
no. It's just like bang.
That's
best
a great
scene in the movie. But
yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Oh,
Carl says the same.
I see someone who said Malcolm X is being released by Criterion in November. Oh,
yeah, it got announced today or yesterday.
The 30th anniversary. That'll be the 30th anniversary of it, coming out in '92. Absolute great film.
Yeah.
DVD from Filmbloke says, actually had the Burton film on VHS. It was one of the tapes in Grandad's garage in the box set, and surprise, surprise, it didn't go mouldy. That's good to hear. Burton's not great with remakes. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Alice in Wonderland come to mind.
Yeah,
True.
I always say like he's best when he's doing his own original stuff.
You're right there, yeah.
I say maybe the exception. Maybe the exception is his adaptation of Sleepy Hollow, because I love that film.
Love that.
Awesome.
But yeah, when he's doing his own stuff like Ed Wood and Edward Scissorhands and Pee Wee and Beetlejuice, all that's great. But obviously the adaptation is Batman adaptations as well.
Oh yeah,
of course.
But yeah, when he's doing his own stuff, he's gold.
Good remakes exist. The Thing, Scarface, and even The Wizard of Oz come to mind.
The Fly, The Blob.
The Blob.
Mm.
Yeah.
I would add Suspiria 2018. I know it's some people are not too sold on it. I loved it.
I'm still yet to see the remake.
Like that.
I love the original.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not the remake. Just put that out of your mind. Yeah. It's a different beast completely, and that's what I loved about it. It's exactly it's the opposite of Psycho 1998. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's kind of it's just really a remake in name only.
Yeah. Cool. We've got Keith from Euphoria Pictures here saying hello to everyone tonight. Hope you're all doing well. Hey Keith, thanks for watching, mate.
Hope you're doing well.
Public says hi to Keith. Bradley Stark says amazing Anthony Hopkins movie nobody talks about is Fracture with Ryan Gosling. Absolute must watch.
Yeah, see that.
It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember liking it.
The viewer Drew says, what do you think is Christian Bale's best performance? For me, it's The Fighter. Was amazing.
American Psycho.
Yeah. His performance in The Fighter kind of reminded me a bit of his performance in Thor: Love and Thunder. Like some of what he was doing in the end of The Fighter it spilt into Thor: Love and Thunder for me. Like just like the way he was acting. Don't know.
Behind the scenes in Terminator Salvation when he was shouting at that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. American Psycho is great. The Machinist is great.
What was that one? American Hustle. He was really good in that.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Any there?
Yeah, American Psycho is great. Maybe not like so much for his performance, but I love Equilibrium. I think that's such a great movie.
Yes. Fucking awesome movie.
Dr. Impossible says, I did like Hopkins in Surviving Picasso, playing Picasso, and it's hardly ever gets shown on TV, but he gave an interesting performance, intense performance in Shadowlands, brilliant performance as C.S. Lewis. I'll have to give that one a watch.
He's just got so many.
American Psycho. Magic. Retro Girls UK. Robert Altman film. What's your favourite Robert Altman film?
The Player.
Yeah.
I haven't seen enough of his films, but I love The Player.
Yeah. Shortcuts is great. There's a one that got slated in the 90s, but I actually don't mind it. It's called Pret-a-Porter.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I actually quite like that film.
Pret-a-Porter.
Yeah, it's great cast.
Ready to wear.
Yeah.
There's one in the 80s called.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, there's one called "Come Back to the Five and Dime." Jimmy Dean, Cher. That's a good one.
Nashville's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I'm checking, and shockingly, I haven't seen any.
There's one called Three Women, and the end of that's really
not even Popeye.
Yeah, Popeye.
Oh, I have seen Popeye. Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
which was the one and only time that Disney worked with Paramount Studios, only because there was a massive drug bust at the time.
Oh, wow.
Robert Evans, who was the producer, the head of Paramount at the time, he did the deal with Disney to make Popeye, and he was having drugs smuggled onto the set, and they all got raided. And
Wow.
yeah, Disney did not want anything to do with that, so they were like, right, we're not working with Paramount ever again. No way.
Everybody saying hello. Todd Impossible says Temp Man is another Hopkins made with director Jack Gold. World War II spy thriller with a solid performance, but was made for TV. Silence of the Lambs, yeah, great film. Dr. Impossible says, Terence, if you get a chance, watch Hopkins in A Charge of Seasons with Dempsey and Maitland, Michael Brandon, and
Michael
Bo
Brandon, who was the man who promoted Steve Rogers to captain in Captain America. I always thought that was cool. You know, I've got a soft spot for Captain America. I think Captain America, I like the Captain America trilogy, the actual trilogy of films that they did there.
Same
Thought they were nice.
Yeah.
You know,
it's probably the
Derek,
best
though.
trilogy collection of superhero
Yeah,
films.
they
in
are, aren't
the
they?
MCU.
Yeah, you wouldn't have expected that. You would have thought Captain America wouldn't really go over, but he, you know, Chris Evans really pushed it, really made that character.
We've got Joe here saying, Free Jack, what a blast from the past. Mick Jagger is a strange character in that one.
If you drink any of that, I'm out of a job. Yeah, he's pretty terrible in it, but it's fun. It's a fun film.
David says, Channel 5 is 25 years old this year.
Wow. I was there day one. I think they showed like My Stepmother is an Alien that week. That was like the big movie. My Stepmother is an Alien. Yay.
Retro Girls, Ticket to Paradise and Smile are the next two movies for me. Awesome. Gary's here saying hey. We've got the Trash Stash here saying what's up, guys.
Trash Stash.
Marvel fan says Simpsons movie 2, it's now in the works. Also heard at some point the American Dad and Family Guy both were supposed to get movie adaptations, but I heard Ted is getting a prequel series. Oh boy.
Okay.
Got loads of people saying hello. I've heard the Ted 2 film isn't that good.
Me too. I've never seen it. No.
I don't mind it.
I thought the first one was good though.
No.
Sam Jones.
Yeah, the first one was entertaining. God knows why, given all three shows have long since down the crapper and barely anyone watches them anymore. That's true. Simpsons and all that. Dr. Impossible says, having worked a little bit in media marketing, one of the reasons Disney won't show past materials is often down to promoting the latest or newest films as being more important. Old is out.
Yeah, well,
it's a shame.
What did they know? Yeah, well, but they lost a subscriber, you know, over Condor Man and the Gnome-mobile not being there. I was like, nah, see you later. I don't understand why they can't have it all. Why can't they have it all? I mean, they could really push. Oh, I know, Darius. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Really, I saw that in the newspaper. I was just in the shop earlier today. I was like, shock.
Yeah. He was married to Natasha Henstridge, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, I know. Do you think that's what killed him? I mean, she had a reputation, you know. But the hats off to him. I was reading about him. He didn't follow the whole Simon Cowell thing. He went his own way, right? Yeah. He started on those shows, but he went his own way, right? And he did well at it.
Yeah,
you know, and being a Scottish guy from Glasgow, very proud of him.
Yeah, he did great.
God rest him.
Yeah.
And this Natasha Henstridge, well done, right? You know, it's the envy of all the horror fanboys.
DVD from Bloke says stuff like Paramount and Beavis and Butthead movies come out when the shows were still pretty much fresh.
Yep.
Dark Mike's here from DVD and Blu-ray Collection saying, "Hey guys, hey Mike."
Hiya.
Dr. Impossible says, "Did you see Keith's review of the 4K for Event Horizon, Andy?"
Absolutely. I watch everything Keith does. Yeah.
So what's the verdict on it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think he said it's dark, well, for the transfer, but yeah, it's I think it's still pretty good.
Awesome. I do love that movie.
Marvel fans said they edited out the Muppets Christmas Carol because of a scene 2 was usage of cigarettes and smoking. Wow.
They cut out that whole song, didn't they? There's like a whole
about that song.
Yeah, there's a whole song they cut out, and you can only see it on the VHS.
What?
Yeah.
You can watch it on Disney as a deleted scene. That's like
okay.
the only other way of watching it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only way to watch it in the movie is on the VHS. So.
It's like one of the best Muppet. That and Muppets Take Manhattan are the two best.
Yeah. I've got a soft spot for Treasure Island. I love that. For Tim Curry.
Yep. Tim Curry and that.
But no one says Muppets from Space.
It's not great. Funnily enough, there's a Muppets Wizard of Oz, isn't there?
Yeah, I've seen that. That wasn't very good.
No.
With Tarantino in
it. Gary says Sam Neill in Possession.
Oh, an amazing film. The sadness.
The one you showed in your unboxing. What a movie. Ooh.
Yes. I fuckingly great. Have you seen The Sadness?
Not yet.
Oh, prepare. It is brutal. It's phenomenal.
Dr. Impossible says Sam Neill in Attack Force C were Mel Gibson and John Phillips Law. Used to enjoy that war film plus Dead Calm. Still New's best film.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Love Dead Calm.
Yeah.
And another one people don't talk enough about is
You're okay. Don't worry.
Another Sam Neill one that people don't talk enough about is The Dish. I like The Dish.
Okay.
No.
I had that one.
No.
No, I've never heard of that one before.
Oh no, it's a nice comedy.
My fan likes the earlier seasons of The Simpsons, but the rest are boring and bad. Called it quits with the shows years ago. They stopped the seasons on DVD in season 19.
Yeah, they stopped at 17 for like the longest time, and there was like so many petitions.
Comments have paused.
Yeah. To get 18 done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the first movie I ever saw Ian McKellen in, was The Last Action Hero.
They used to come out every year. I can remember they used to come out around Christmas time.
Yeah.
My phone's playing up now. Brilliant. DVD from Film Bloke says Marvel fan agreed. I've even gone to older ones. I think Futurama ended perfectly, hence why I have an optimistic about the Hulu revival. There's a revival. Wow. Marvel fan says about Family Guy and American Dad. Stop watching, but I tend to watch Christmas specials. Fair dues. DVD from Film Bloke. I've never seen American Dad, and I just don't like Family Guy. At its best, it's okay, and worse, it's unwatchable. DVD from Film Bloke says, I believe they first stopped bringing out The Simpsons on DVD at season 17. But after a few years, they finally caved in and released 18 and 19. 20 has been on DVD in the States since 2009. You did say about this, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah, they just stopped at 17, and then it was like pulling teeth for them to get them to carry on.
Well, I remember they originally announced that they were stopping altogether, and then they brought them back.
Yeah,
but they've obviously stopped again.
They've obviously stopped now. That this is obviously before Disney got their hands on it. I take it now the DVDs are done, which is a shame. But
and they'll probably go up in price now.
Yeah.
Rogue says Malcolm X has come to Criterion. Yeah, coming later this year.
Big time.
He's loved Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. Awesome.
I still need to see that.
That wasn't too bad. That was a lot of fun. Dr. Impossible says, seeing that Michael Mann already made his own remake of Heat called LA Takedown back in the heavy days of the 90s, 80s.
That's right.
Awesome. Most recent Beavis and Butthead he's seen is in 2011. Going back to Futurama, I just think I prefer the characters and the stories over The Simpsons. Plus, I love the setting. Yeah, it's quirky and unique, and some of the characters are great. Cora says, Dear Pete, please make sure Terence comes back for another stream. The guy is amazing.
Yeah, the check is in the mail. Thanks, Mum. Well, I'd be more than happy to come back. I just love chatting about films. That's all I ever do.
Oh, definitely will be inviting you back on again. I've just got this terrible dry throat. I've had it all week, so my voice is going all the way through.
Yeah. Well, you're lucky you've got me singing back up then.
I watched the first 2 episodes of the new revival, Paramount Plus, but decided to wait for the rest. I suppose. Also, Futurama was never really a status quo. It had a lot of arcs, plus the characters being adults mean they grow. Bart has been 10 for about 33 years. That's very true. Maggie's still a baby. Futurama is a good series. The Simpsons, Family Guy, Mike and Dad, and more characters never age, except the Simpsons episodes take place in the future, of course. We've got Matthew here. Matthew VHS. I missed the video store days. Hey, Terry, everyone. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining.
Bloody good film. Hey, do you want to give me some money? Sorry. Just can't help by turning into Mark Chopper Reed all of a sudden. All right, chop.
Dr. Impossible says, those days, Terence, were the best days. How I remember it was well with VHS stalking.
Yeah, I know. I was the king of it. I was the best at it.
Lisa says, Bruce Willis, obviously Die Hard, also the Unbreakable trilogy. I haven't seen the Unbreakable trilogy. Need to get around to it. Gary says, love Bruce in Blind Date. Guys seen that?
Yep. Yeah, I love Blind Date as well.
Awesome. DVD from Filmblock says, yeah, the Simpsons timeline is very odd. I mean, Social Bob has a son in which he moves to Paris who is older than Maggie for some reason, despite Maggie being born years previous. Yeah. Well, he probably found a magical serum that actually ages characters in that universe.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Sunset with Bruce Willis and James Garner, directed by Blake Edwards. Great laugh. Awesome. Steve-O says Last Boy Scout. Good show.
Yep. Class.
Marvel fan says Rick and Morty okay, or was it like Family Guy and others? Rick and Morty's not too bad. I quite enjoyed it. You guys seen it?
Yeah, it's great.
I've heard nothing but good things about it, and yet I've never seen an episode.
It's outrageous. I mean, some of the sci-fi ideas in it are pretty out there.
It's a fun series.
Do you know what was really people don't talk about enough anymore, and it was really underrated when it came out as well, was the Men in Black cartoon. I loved the Men in Black cartoon. That was really good. It was like a proper sci-fi show. It was better than any of the sequels that they made. And when Men in Black 2 came out, I was like, oh, I hope they make it like that cartoon. Nah. No, it was a letdown.
Yeah, it was. God. Gary says, A Last Boy Scout is a great pick. Matthew says, Warriors come out to play. Classic scene in the film. Awesome. Got to get round to it. DVD from Filmboy says, Rick and Morty is great, but I'm starting to think that it's losing steam. I wasn't keen on seasons 4 and 5. I know some fans were a little bit up and down. First 2 seasons are superb, yeah. Marvel fans think about getting a Blu-ray box set. Sounds good. Yeah, I have seen them on sale in H&B for quite a while, like about £7 or £8 on Blu-ray, so good price. David Beach says, what's your favourite X-Men films? I think we did talk about this one earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah.
X-Men 2.
Andy, do you own all the X-Men films on 4K?
No, just own them all on Blu-ray. Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, I would have said Futurama and Rick and Morty were on the same level, but now I think Futurama is leaps and bounds over it since Futurama never really got bad, even the Comedy Central era. Marvel fan says X-Men's First Class and Days of Future Past. Great picks. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, despite Futurama running from 99 to 2013, it didn't really last that long. Ran from 2003 on Fox, and Fox axed it, and then there was 4 DVD movies from 2007 to 9, and then it came back on Comedy Central. Yeah, I can remember that.
Yep.
140 episodes as well. Fantastic.
Wow, didn't know there were so many.
Did it come out on Blu-ray? The last 2 TV movies and the Comedy Central series, but the rest, no. Oh, that's a shame. What's going on here? My phone's just gone completely kaput. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about this. DVD from Fumbler says, if they do a HD remaster, I hope they don't muck around with the aspect ratio because the episodes were made in 4:3, and I hate it with crap when they do that with old TV shows. Yeah, I agree. Okay. DVD from Filmworks says, a bit of hot take, but I think some Doctor Who fans have more money than common sense. I mean, the steelbooks don't look great, and they buy like 5 billion copies of the same story. Yeah, kind of right there. I'm going to say, yeah. I know somebody who buys all the pre-orders about 4 or 5 of the steelbooks and keeps them away for a couple of years and then put them on eBay for about 150 quid each. Makes a nice little profit. DVD from Fumbler says, plus the classic series was shot on videotape, so the Blu-ray looks no better than the DVD because it's just upscaled. Oh, it is. Matthew says, I see Terminator 2 so many times at the pictures back then. Best time of the 90s. Certainly sounds it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen it twice. I went to see it twice because it was just exceptional.
I bet it was an incredible time when that first launched. The anticipation must have been astronomical.
Oh.
Marvel fan says, Faulty Towers is filmed on videotape, the release on Blu-ray, but I heard the quality is the same as DVD with no improvements. Yes, it's very, very slight. Dr. Impossible says, you've got passion, Terence, I'll give you that. I was lucky to see T2 at the cinema in 1991. I've never experienced anything like it. If you could see people cheering and clapping at Schwarzenegger.
I know, just how everyone laughed at this one part where he picked up that minigun and Edward Furlong goes, That's so you. The whole audience just went, ah, you know. and hats off to Edward Furlong. Honestly, John Connor doesn't get enough praise. He was absolutely perfect in that part. You know,
Yeah.
just mind blowing.
Of course, seeing 2001 in 70mm was such an amazing experience. So amazing, I actually went to see it a year again in 70mm because I had forgotten I had seen it a year before.
Oh, I'm so envious of you. Oh my goodness. 2001 is just a masterpiece. I get so many people that go, "Oh, it's so boring. It's so boring." They don't get it. It's an experience. It's like this. Stanley Kubrick was taking us into outer space for the very first time, right? And that was what the movie was about, right? Partly. And when people say it's boring, I'm just like, "Oh, you just don't get it." I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Did you want to say something about it, Mike?
No. Just mirroring what Terence has said. Yeah, I just love the movie. It's an experience. Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah. It's one of those movies I didn't like the first time I watched it, but
same.
on repeat, there's a lot of themes going on in that movie. I've sometimes, if I don't like a movie, I can watch other people review that movie, and it can make me want to go back to it and sort of see the movie in a different light. And 2001 is one of those movies, and my word, I was watching a review of someone, and they said the whole scene at the start where the monkey throws the bone up in the
jump
air,
cut.
yeah, and then it cuts to another scene where the guy's, I forget his name, but he's like asleep, and he's holding a pen, and the pen leaves his hand, and it's like that's the same thing years later. Like it's the same sort of thing happening. And I was like, yeah, that's a really good point. And it just made me appreciate the movie in a whole different light. And I watched it again, and I was just like, yeah, it's a fucking great movie.
It's just pure cinema, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what it's all about.
Is it HAL 9000 is just one of the best movie villains ever.
I realised that my iPhone, that if I say to my iPhone, open the pod bay doors, Hal, it reacts by saying something from 2001. I just expected that because some guy in California designed this thing is going to be a nerd for that movie. And it does. It actually says, I'm scared, Dave. It says something like that. And the first time that I saw 2001 was in the early 90s on a portable television. It was on Channel 4 with ad breaks, and it wasn't what I wanted. I wanted and I'd already been aware that this was the greatest science fiction movie of all time. So I was like, right, this is going to be better than Star Wars. It wasn't Star Wars, so it wasn't what I wanted. So it was rubbish. It was boring. But yeah, seeing it on a big screen, and enjoying it as it should be, there's nothing quite like it. It's also a great movie to have on the background if you're doing something. See, if you're studying something, if you're doing some work on your computer, 2001 is a great film to have in the background. It helps you concentrate, I find. Is that all the comments? Are you exhausted them now? Wow, unbelievable.
No, we've got loads more.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it would be so comment heavy.
No worries at all.
I'll be more aware next time.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. DVD from Film says, yet unlike film, which is designed to be projected on walls, videotapes signals from TV cameras, which is only filmed to be an SD. Dr. Impossible says, then the incredible end sequence, total silence in the cinema, you could literally cut it with a knife. Must be Terminator 2, I think.
Yeah. Although some people were I remember reading that they were not happy with the whole "I don't understand why you cry" or that part. You know, now I know I now understand why you cry. It's something I can't do or whatever. That cheesy line. I don't mind that at all. I think it earns it. It earns it by that point, right? He's allowed to have that cheesy line at the end. Yeah. But just that whole sequence when they're surrounded by the cops in the Cyberdyne labs and all that, and that helicopter pilot. I don't know. That guy must have nerves of steel flying that helicopter under that bridge like that. Just crazy stuff.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Gary says Total Recall was great cinema experience back in 1990.
Oh,
Another one I watched today.
Yeah.
Oh,
You want the party, Victor?
Honestly, I watched the 4K of it, and my word, the reds of Mars just shine. It's like you almost feel the heat,
Right?
Because of how red the color just comes through. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I didn't realize, but I've interviewed the guy that played the Human Shield on my channel. This guy, Steve Lambert, who's a stuntman in the 80s, did all the ninja films for Canon Films. His interviews on there. This guy's really cool. But I didn't realize until later. Someone told me that he played the human in the comments. Someone told me in the comments that he was the Human Shield that Arnie used when he was having the gun battle.
You feel so bad for that guy. Just wrong place.
Yeah,
wrong
you do.
time.
yeah.
I love how the camera lingers on him as well when they're all stepping over him, just as they're all running after him. Yeah.
Oh, it's just bad day that.
What the fuck did I do?
Jurassic Park was an event movie too. I remember people queuing around the block for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Absolutely. Couldn't go anywhere without it being just everywhere.
Mm.
You know. That's gonna be 30 next year as well. Wow.
Shocking. Yeah. Have you seen the new Jurassic World Dominion?
Not interested. See, I've never seen anyone other but the first one back in '93. And I'll be honest with you, I was rather disappointed with Jurassic Park. I appreciated the special effects and the just what an absolute game changer it was for special effects. I appreciated that, and I thought it was a good film. I just didn't think it was a great film. When people were comparing it to Jaws at the time, I was like, this isn't Jaws, right? It didn't have that level of terror or character. I found and I feel rotten for saying this because I know Jurassic Park's beloved, right? But the whole part about Sam Neill and the kids, and he doesn't like kids, and then he learns to like kids. I remember being 14 watching that in the cinema and thinking that was lame. I just like, God, you know. But the moment with I always remember the moment with the guy that's stealing the DNA and he gets cornered by that dinosaur. That was a great scene.
Yeah.
No. But no, I've not really bothered with the sequels and the Jurassic World. I think I saw Jurassic World, and I wasn't too impressed with it. The first one in that Jurassic World series, I wasn't too enamored with it. It reminded me of Jaws 3 with better effects. Sorry.
Some more about Blu-rays. Okay. We've got Gary North. I sat through Irreversible at the cinema on its premiere. The London.
God.
Most people left. Oh, don't surprise.
Yeah, I've still dodged that. I don't ever want to see that. From what people have I remember being at college at the time when it came out, and a guy told me he saw that film and what he described some of the stuff, and I was like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I watched that and Eden Lake on the same day, back to back.
Oh,
fucking hell!
Jesus, hope you kept yourself away from sharp objects.
Yeah. I also watched Run Fat Boy Run afterwards. Try and fucking cheer myself up. But yeah, fucking hell, that was a.
Do you have that? Do you guys have that? Do you have like a sort of an antidote for depressing films? That here's this movie that I know that will bring me out of this. If I'm going to sit and watch Requiem for a Dream, then I've got to have Rocky 2 on standby, ready to go.
Rocky 4's a good one and all.
Yeah. I knew someone who watched The Mist, and he said when he watched it, he said I had to watch Kung Fu Panda straight after. Fucking cheer myself up.
Oh, Cora's still got the indicator release sealed. Awesome. Better style sealed. Flog it on eBay. Make some cash. Nah, Cora's gonna watch it. Curiosity killed the cat. Video star? No, that's video killed. Yeah, video killed the radio star, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. Boggles.
Dr. Impossible says Cora's an expert in porn, Terence, specialising in the vinegar syndrome.
Boom chickawawa.
Summer of Souls, great indeed. What's your favourite Stanley Kubrick film?
Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. That is my favourite.
I have to agree with you on that. I watched that last year. Absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Sellers was brilliant in it.
Oh, yeah. And you know that they originally were going to have him playing Colonel Kong on board the plane? The Slim Pickens' part, where he's riding the bomb with the hat. Yeah. That it was originally going to be Peter Sellers to play that part, but I couldn't nail the accent, apparently.
No.
Because, yeah, it's because, he was playing 3 roles already, but Stanley Kubrick wanted him to play that part as well. He wanted Peter Sellers to be in every scene, basically. He just couldn't nail the accent. But next to see, there's so many great Stanley Kubrick films, but I love A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Clockwork Orange is just magnificent. And it was weird in the 90s when it was still banned by Stanley Kubrick himself. And my whole generation did not know of that film existing, right? And I got a pirate copy of Clockwork Orange, which I watched repeatedly. I just loved this film. And I bought a T-shirt, a Clockwork Orange T-shirt, and I went to physical education in school, PE, right, with my Clockwork Orange T-shirt on. and nobody batted an eye about it except the PE teacher. He's looking at this like, Clockwork Orange? Because it was a movie that disappeared from this country, right? And I'm wearing a Clockwork Orange T-shirt when I'm a teenager. And he's like, why are you wearing it? Where did you get that? Because it was, people that remember it coming out in the 70s when it was not banned. They would, they didn't forget it in a hurry because it was quite a shocking film in parts. But it's magnificent. Yeah. I mean, if you ever want to see someone go right through A Clockwork Orange, you need to check out The Godfather of Cinema. His channel, he does a really good analysis of that film. He really breaks it down, and just wonderful. He's actually I've seen the film dozens of times. He's shown me things in that movie that I wasn't even aware of. Yeah. Right after so many viewings of it.
Oh right. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork Orange is great, isn't it? I mean, that movie came to my attention when it actually got released on physical. 99, because I remember going into Blockbusters and it just being plastered all over the shelves. And I thought it was like a new film, like it was a new release, like it was. But yeah, I've got a lot of emotional attachment to it because it's my dad's favorite movie of all time. He loves it. Like he saw it. Got to see it in the cinema back in the day when he was 17, and it blew his mind. He just said that it's his favorite film of all time. He just absolutely loves it. I do like Full Metal Jacket. I do like
Oh,
that
yeah.
movie. I think it's great. I mean, I would be happy if the whole first half of that movie was the movie.
Right.
If that just continued for the whole runtime, I would still be happy with that. I just really dig that first half of that movie. Paths of Glory, I love.
Oh,
Amazing movie. The Killing is fantastic.
yet to see that one.
It's great. Oh, it's great. I love that film. And you're just trying to think, what else is in that?
The Shining.
Shining, yeah.
Right. No. That was the thing. The guy could jump from one genre to the other and just change.
Yeah.
You know,
I maintain he made a masterpiece in every genre.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lolita's a great one that doesn't really get talked about enough.
Not seen it.
Yeah.
I've not seen Barry Lyndon either.
Yeah.
Oh, I still need to see that one.
It's good. It's good. It's long, but it's good. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Definitely 2001, but my second favorite is Eyes Wide Shut. I think that movie's so underrated.
My brother used to call it arsewipe shite. But that's one I need to rediscover because the godfather of cinema, once again, what a great guy. He's convinced me to give that a rewatch because I was never convinced by it. Eyes Wide Shut. It's a gorgeous film, but I mean the cinematography is just beautiful, right? And the guy is just a legendary director. And I read so much stuff about him. I got really obsessed with Kubrick a long time ago. That's what I tend to do when I get into a particular film or a particular director. I just want to know so much about them, and I always leave a couple of films that I've not seen because I know that they're gone. Like he's no longer with us, so I've not seen The Killing, I've not seen Lolita and Barry Lyndon. And one of these days, I'm going to really enjoy them, right, and really treat myself to a nice viewing. Once I get a decent home cinema set up, you know, most of the films that I watch are on a bloody laptop. It just doesn't do them justice, right? Just things are a bit up in the air financially, but yeah, the guys in.
What about you, Mike?
I've already said 2001.
Oh, did you?
Eyes Wide
Sorry,
Shut.
I completely just went past me. We've just passed 4 hours, so that's great. I'm going to try and rush through all the comments because I only get like 20 hours a month with it, and I think I've already used about 13 or 14 with like about 2 or 3 weeks to go. So
I will keep my mouth shut.
I'm ever so sorry. Yeah. We've got James here saying just finished work. Awesome, mate.
Well done.
Joe says, great stream as always, guys. Terence, you are the oracle of movie trivia. Outstanding, sir. Absolutely agree.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Joe.
Gary says, the movie I remember having the biggest hype was Batman 89. It was everywhere.
Oh yeah. It just didn't take it over the top like T2 did. I saw Batman 89 as well. First 12 in this country. They had to change the certificate for Batman because it was such a big release. And it was good. It was a good movie, but Terminator 2 was just like the ceiling was broken with that one, you know.
I can imagine the hype levels were incredible. Cora says, the moment in Rain Man where Cruz mentions to the Doctor that while he's an egotistic prick, it would be nice if they let him know he had a brother. That almost broke me big time.
Yeah. Cruz is best. I think it's his #1 best performance ever.
DVD from Filmbloke says, actually, I don't believe Tom Cruise has an arc in Rain Man. He only grew to his brother because he got shit tons of money from him.
And that was his modus operandi, but that's not. You do see the character change throughout the story through his performance. But yeah, that was what he was aiming for. That was why he was, looking after him in the first place. But
Yeah. Doesn't he use him to get money at the casino as well?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rogue Review says the THX logo caused me enough fear. I used to watch scarier than most horror films today. Yes, it was so loud. DVD from Film Bloke says if he lost it all or Raymond slipped with the card counting, I still think he would treat his brother like shite. DVD from Film Bloke says the audience is now deaf with the THX. Carl's also said about Malcolm X getting a release by Criterion. Awesome. Rogue Review says, I remember the new edition of THX logo that made to lower the creep factor in kids' movies, but they had to have a stampede at the end to cause some nightmares. Yeah, I think they definitely just want to give a lot of people nightmares. Doctor Hospitals,
classic.
Rita, I could connect to.
Yeah.
DVD from Envelope says, at least Rain Man wasn't the fanatic or music. I've seen some shit autistic representation in films. Carl says, yes, I tried to buy all porn movies. My respect for Wes Craven's gone up since I now know he directed porns. Rogue says, as an autistic person, people don't really understand what autism is. They only know stereotypes from media. If more people ask me to remember an entire page of information, I'm going to scream. Cara says, but really, who the flying fucking Shirley Valentine?
I really want to watch Shirley Valentine now.
Oh, it's a porn. It's a porn, Coral.
Yeah, you're going to be so disappointed.
Rogue says, what's your favourite David Lynch film? I'm going to say Blue Velvet.
Elephant Man, again.
Great pick.
Mulholland Drive.
Great pick. Andy?
Yeah, Blue Velvet for me. And The Elephant Man up there.
DVD from Film Bloke said the same. Gary said Blue Velvet. Rogue says, most classic films are actually book adaptations, such as Psycho, Jaws, Jurassic Park. Yeah. My favourite Lynch film is Lost Highway. Yeah, it's coming to Criterion later this year, which is cool.
Great film.
Rogue says, Lost Highway is one of my favourite title sequences. That shot of the road with David Bowie original track in Derange as the music. Gary says, I enjoyed Lost Highway. It was different to his previous work. Enough for me after Fire Walk With Me, and the 5-year wait was worth it.
God, is that how long it was? Yeah.
Rogue says, also watched Twin Peaks and Missing Pieces, which is a compilation of deleted scenes from Fire Walk With Me. Interesting, the fact that David Bowie wasn't in the film longer was an interesting subplot. Oh.
That's a movie in itself, those deleted scenes. It's about 2 hours long.
So are the Spinal Tap. Spinal Tap, the deleted scenes from that. That's like a movie in itself as well. Amazing. Some of it's really hilarious.
Dr. Impossible says, why do you think the studios always use the disclaimer based upon the characters from the novel? Can you imagine Jaws, the love story? Cora's subscribed to Terence. Fantastic. Rogue says, why does Top Gun Maverick and Lost Highway on Criterion have to come out the same day?
Decisions.
Going to be an expensive day. Dr. Impossible says, Paramount deal was for 2 films, Dragon Slayer and the other film, and both films underperform at the box office. Yeah, remember, Popeye was a mess, wasn't it? Didn't do well.
Yeah. But it was the drug deal, it was the drug bust that severed it. It's in that book, The Kid Stays in the Picture, the Robert Evans autobiography. I read it in that. Yeah, it was an absolute mess.
Oh.
You know, it's funny that back in those days, when a producer like Don Simpson or someone like that who spent a lot of money on cocaine, right? They would charge it to the budget to the film, and they would
Really?
call it They would call it popcorn. If it was you were looking at the budget to your film, it's like, oh, this for all this crew and stuff, the catering, whatever. Oh, what's that? $500,000 on popcorn? Yeah, popcorn. You know, for the screenings, when we go to the screenings, we show all the screenings, we pay for all the popcorn. All right, okay. It's actually cocaine. Weird.
Oh, that's some funny popcorn.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's very Moorish.
Marvel fan said Disney had recalled one of their titles, I think it was Rescuers on VHS, due to having a naked woman shown in the background. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it the Little Mermaid when it was first released on VHS? There's like dildos on the box.
Yeah, the poster.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just disgruntled Disney artists are like, fuck them, man. Fucking stick a dildo in there. That'll teach them.
Dr. Impossible said the dish is good fun.
Yeah.
Awesome. The Viva Drew says, which Christopher Nolan movie do you think is better cast of actors, Inception or The Prestige? I'm going to say The Inception.
Yeah, I'll say the same.
Yeah, Inception.
Yeah, but when you think about Prestige, though, I mean, that cast is like phenomenal.
Mm.
Like when you think about it, it was like Scarlett Johansson, David Bowie. I think Andy Serkis is in it as well. I think
that's right. I've not seen that in a while.
Yeah, Michael Caine. No. Yeah, but Inception, that cast sticks out more. Shall I say?
Yeah.
Right. Right, we've got Marvel fans saying CEX is charging £2 to get a disc clean per disc. Imagine somebody bringing in 32 discs, that's a lot of money just to get it clean. Yeah, it is a rip-off. But I think if you buy a disc from them, they will clean it automatically for free. Rogue Review says, I own the entire classic era Doctor Who on DVD, no plans to upgrade to collection sets and Blu-ray. Its only real improvement is a new show called Behind the Sofa, where the cast watch the episodes. The problem with 2001 is a lot of general audience don't see films as art, but as mindless entertainment. That's very true. There's a lot of speculation that Stanley Kubrick was an autistic spectrum due to his obsessive behaviour, which as an autistic person has given me the confidence to push into my dreams of filmmaking. Well, I hope you succeed,
go for it.
mate.
Yeah.
I also know that he didn't adhere to the sort of etiquette of having your dessert and your main meal in any particular order. He would quite happily eat ice cream and a steak at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Weirdly. I would have loved to have seen his version of Napoleon, though. That was one of the great unmade masterpieces,
That would have
wasn't
been cool. Yeah. Kubrick was interviewed in the mid-60s, and it seemed to me that Kubrick was dyslexic. He was non-academic and was very good with writing. Kubrick followed Spielberg with being dyslexic. Oh. Tim Burton's apparently self-diagnosed as well. And DVD Filmberg says Kubrick films are like fine wine. I agree.
Oh, yeah. I remember hating Full Metal Jacket when I first saw it because it wasn't like Platoon. I was like, I expected something on the par with Platoon, but it's not. It's just a great, great movie.
Dr. Impossible says, even David Lean had issues with writing and reading. He struggled with numbers too, so it seems he probably had dyslexia. Rogue says, some autistic people tend to have symptoms of dyslexia. I have issues with reading books, so I can only use audiobooks, but buy the physical copy for shelf decorations. Yeah, you can get some from like Smith's, I think. So said, wow, you're still live. Haha, sorry I left a bit. Feeling a bit down.
Oh,
Feel better soon, Soph.
Yeah.
Dr. Possible says, I think David Lynch could be slightly autistic and probably Burton as well. DVD Film Bullet says, yeah, for a while I think I was dyslexic, but I think I'm closer to dysgraphia. Mind you, terrible handwriting can come connected to autism. Rogue says, as an autistic person, some of us have built-in radars. We can really make good guesses if someone is on the spectrum or not by looking at them. Wow. DVD Film Bullet says, you're not alone, Terence. I've always fixated on Kubrick and Clockwork Orange. Awesome.
It's a really deep film.
So, final words for me. I love Terence.
Yes, thanks,
I agree. Terence is a fantastic guest. We definitely will be inviting him back on. It's been truly wonderful.
Yeah, you name it, I'll do it.
Rogue says, going to find out if I'm going to study filmmaking in uni tomorrow. Hopefully, I haven't fucked up my A-levels. Well, hope everything goes well with your A-levels tomorrow.
Good luck.
Yeah, keep us updated next week, mate. Hope all goes well for you.
Yeah, and remember us in your Oscar speech. Yeah, when you're up there collecting Best Picture. Right, don't forget who inspired you. Right.
A Marvel fan says The Lion King had an edit the word spout in the sky is says.
Yeah, I've seen that. No, all those Randy lines.
The final comment tonight is good night, guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
So yeah, we've reached the end of the comments now. Thanks everybody for watching. It's been brilliant tonight. Thanks as always, Andy and Mike, for joining. And thank you to Terence for joining. You've been a fantastic
my pleasure,
guest.
Pete. I've had a really good time with you gentlemen, honestly. So much fun. Love chatting about movies. Just my favourite thing in the world.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait to get you back on again. Hopefully we'll get you back on in the next month or two. Have a proper longer evening. That should be great. But yeah, thanks everybody watching at home. Join us all next week at 7:30, where we'll have in the front row IMO reviews and Did You See That? So we'll have a full house next week. So see you all next week at 7:30.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.